Okay, looks like we might be up and running. I believe we are. Heyo. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm here to talk to you again. Alright. Well, since everything looks like it's going the way it's supposed to be going, let's get in here. Alright. Oh, that's right. I remember where we are now. We are doing what we can to turn this into something. We've probably got to go find something to do with this stuff. I need to find a suitable key. I need to look for Rochelia's final resting place. I'll probably need to find a suitable key. Okay, well, there's all kinds of... Why am I getting, like, double the stuff at the bottom here? This is funny. You should check out this place for possible clues. And if this is the place... Okay, I should check out this place for possible clues. Does that mean that there's, like, clues around here? Oh. Oh, dude, crossed palms. Didn't we see crossed palms on the top of that other dude's... Yeah. Yeah, we did. Okay. Man, my computer feels like it... Now, what is going on? That's crazy. Let's get in here. Let's look at my settings. Do I have an FPS, foreground FPS limit? I think I'm only streaming at 60, right? So let's take that down. Computer feels like it's chugging right now. That actually feels like it's doing a matter of 10 frames per second. That's kind of crazy. All right. Okay. So it seems like this bone is part of the key. And we're supposed to craft this into a necklace. Craft the sword pommel. You're not quite sure what to do with this. Okay, well, maybe we need to go back to the duder over here. Let's just teleport. That'll be faster than running around. Maybe. Let's go talk to the duder. The other thing that I didn't think about is I probably should have just gone ahead and clicked high contrast mode there. I gotta just start using that more often because there's really no point in not using it more often. Because there's just a lot of stuff that's really hard to see in this game. And so, unless you want to be running around like a jackass like me, throwing on some high contrast mode is a great way to go. A great, great way to go. I think I found the tomb. Congratulations, Buana. Show me items you have found. I may be able to help. Actually, needs help with something else. What could I possibly help you with, Buana? Nope. Okay. So let's show you this bone. I feel like I did this already, but you have a look at this, please. Truefitus looks at the object for a moment. It looks like a simple shard of bone. Why do you think it's significant? It appeared when I buried Zadimus's corpse. Ah, interesting. So you think that Zadimus gave you the bone. What makes you say that? He said something after he gave it to me. What did he say? The spirit said something about keys and kin. The spirit rambled about some nonsense. Oh, so it was most likely it was not very important then. Okay. I pressed the keys and kin thing last time, so I'm not 100% sure. Oh, there's bookcases here. I wonder if I should search these bookcases. It's very nice, Buana. It may be just what you need to gain access to Richelieu's tomb. While you were away, I did some research. Richelieu would spare the lives of those who wore bronze necklaces. This pommel may have some significance to Berverius. Perhaps you can craft something from it that can help. My guess is that you would need some protection from Richelieu if you indeed intend to enter her tomb. How do I make a bronze necklace? What should I put on the necklace? What should I put on the necklace? Perhaps Zadimus's clue has the answer. Now, what was it that he said again? Something about kin and keys? That sword pommel belonged to Berverius, didn't it? How do I make a bronze necklace? Well, Buana, I would guess that you would need to get some bronze metal and work it into something that could be turned into a necklace. Thanks. Okay, so let's go craft then. Is there a crafting? There is a crafting station right here. So let's just go see what we can do. Let's go ahead and go use and click there. That give me any sort of options? Because I have a couple of bronze bars, right? So I could, of course, it doesn't say that I need bronze bars, right? When I go in here and I go back to quest overview and I look at required items, oh, bronze wire or bronze bar, a spade, rope, chisel, and torch, or enough coins to buy them from the Taibo Wanai General Store. That's cool. I'm actually pretty happy with myself for realizing that I needed most of these things. I guess the spade and the chisel were kind of just in my belt already, but recognizing that I was going to need the torch and rope was cool. That actually makes me feel really good about myself. But we need some bronze wire or a bronze bar. So let's get... how do I make bronze wire? Bronze wire. Let's make a bronze wire. And then let's try and craft these things together. I'm not quite sure what to do with this, huh? This is mildly upsetting. There's a lot of steps, things you have to do. Actually, I don't want to talk to you. I want to try giving you this bronze wire to look at. Sorry, I wanna, but I just don't have use for that. Okay. I made the wire. I feel like there must be something. That I just haven't read or don't know or. You remember what Rufidus told you about this? Here lies the traitor Zadimus. Let his spirit be forever tormented. There's nothing here that has to do with the buried bones. What if I pray at this statue? I guess I need to get some prayers up anyway, yeah? You do not have permission to pray here, okay? Come on, Hermit, you can figure it out. You gotta turn this into a necklace. Oh, look at everybody online. That's crazy. Alright, let's try and read some of these things. A collection of resources, tattered yellow. And rest like your mother who is silent in the peace of her tomb far to the north of Azarun, near the sea and under the hills, deep in the underground, to watch all of nature from the darkness of her final resting place. Okay, so that was supposed to help me find it, which I did. Rashilia did so love objects of beauty. Her tomb was adorned with crystals that glowed brightly when near each other. Okay, and that's the crystal here that's supposed to show me the way. And then Rusty Orange Papyrus. The sphere is activated when the power of spiritual nature is extended upon it. This can be very draining on the body. Okay, and that's just me using the locating crystal, right? That's kind of a sphere. So there's not really any information there. Did I show all of these to this nerd? You hand the notes over to Trefidius. These notes are quite extraordinary. They give location details of Rashilia's tomb and some information about how to use the crystal. The information is quite specific north of Azarun. That's a great place to start looking. Okay, so that's really... The only thing I can think is I must have forgotten something or not picked something up or not done something properly in... Who's its Fox tomb over here? There's been no information given to me about how I might go about crafting this necklace. And every time I hit the little craft button, the game just kind of tells me to go fuck myself, which is less than entertaining. So we just need to get in here and figure out how to do this craft. I feel like it's going to have something to do with this down here. So we come over here. We got to go in this way, right? We come up this way, but we go in this way. Oh, look, it's crossed palms again. That's interesting. I wonder if there's anywhere else that has crossed palms like this. Well, apparently I didn't make it in that time. Hey, there we go. Alright, so let's turn on some high contrast mode. I believe I came down here with high contrast mode before. And it doesn't look like... I use the bone shard on the dolmen? What about this sword pommel? Okay. So this is not it. It feels like I'm missing something fairly basic. Also, apparently my dude doesn't want to fucking climb the rocks. Can we please? I understand that they're trying to, like, make the skill important. But when it's something I have to be able to do, it's sort of like when you're playing D&D. If there's something that's just going to take an amount of time, right? There's no pressure. There's nothing that's going to stop you from completing a skill check, right? There's no enemies around. There's no patrols. There's no nothing like that. Then as long as you have the ability to succeed, you should just succeed. What's with these white monkeys? I wonder if maybe they're... they're just baby monkeys. Okay. But anyway, yeah, so if you're going to have to try over and over and over again, but you're just going to end up succeeding no matter what anyway, then you might as well just succeed, right? There's no point in making you fail over and over. And I feel like that should just be the case in this game with things that you have to succeed at, right? I don't necessarily care when it's just a shortcut or something like that, but if I have to succeed at it and I have the ability, then there's not really any point in me not succeeding. Okay, I'm having a really hard time. I need to look for Richelieu's resting place. I found it. If this is Richelieu's final resting place, I'll probably need to find a suitable key to get in. Which I could have sworn this was the key. You look at the shard of bone, the words of Zatimus come back to you. I am the key, but only kin may approach her. Okay, so I have to get the necklace crafted, I think. Because it like makes me look like I'm kin, maybe. But it's not telling me, it's not letting me craft the pommel. I don't want to talk to you, I want to show you stuff. We're going to use this again. I've already gone through this, but I have one option left that I chose this awesome. Yes, awesome. I chose this option yesterday. And I chose to say specifically this. The spirit said something about keys and kin. Maybe it's a clue of some kind. Richelieu's only kin was a son, Berverius. His remains were entombed on a small island which lies to the southwest. I will do some research into this to see if I can find any other details. I still think we need to take this clue quite literally. Perhaps you found something at Berverius's tomb that could help protect you from Richelieu's attacks. Yes, I found this right here. You show the sword pommel. It's a very nice item, Buana. It may be just what you need to gain access to Richelieu's tomb. While you were away, I did some research. Richelieu would spare the lives of those who wore bronze necklaces. This pommel may have some significance to Berverius. Perhaps you can craft something from it that can help. My guess is that you will need some protection from Richelieu if you intend to enter her tomb. How do I make a bronze necklace? Well, Buana, I would guess you would need to get some bronze metal and work it into something that could be turned into a necklace. Thanks. Okay, so I can't just craft here. Maybe I need to go to the place with the mold? Let's see. Let's go about this. Let's go right up here. It feels to me like I should just be able to use this for whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, there's no other reason to have that there, right? It's also weird to me. It seems like they want me to put the pommel of that sword on the necklace, which is kind of crazy to me, honestly. But let's see what we can do. Okay, we don't even have the ability to make bronze necklaces. Unstrung symbol, unstrung emblem, silver necklace. Yeah, there's no bronze in here. This is interesting. These all just require bars. Yeah, so I feel like it's just to craft. You're not quite sure what to do with this. I feel like I must just be missing something. Let's go back to here and let's go back to seeing what we require. Bronze wire or bronze bar. So I've got both, in fact. A spade, rope, chisel, and torch. or enough coins to buy them. Okay, so I've already used all of these things. So I don't really see anything that should be stopping me. Amulet shop. Let's go. Hold up. Let's go talk to the amulet shop over here. Surely this is the answer. It's not going to be the answer. We're going to get in here. We're going to figure this out. Are you the amulet merchant? I believe he is. Trade. Okay, I like all these amulets. I might buy one. Well, let's talk to this nerd. Come here if you want to do some amulet trading. Okay, let's trading. What do you mean by psst? Why don't you ever restock any amulets? Thanks. What do you mean? Psst? What do you mean? I was clearing my throat. Okay, you're useless. Got it. Let's go through all of their chat options, though, just in case. You never know. Why don't you ever restock any amulets? These amulets are hard to get. If you've got any, I'd be happy to buy them off you, but I can't normally get them at all. Oh, okay, so I couldn't buy an amulet even if I wanted to. That's too bad. Okay, game. What are you trying to do to me? This is fairly frustrating. I'm thinking about maybe just going and guiding it up. I don't want to guide it up, but I'd really like to get past this fucking stupid quest. There's nothing in here. Can't. There's no way to make a necklace with my bronze wire. I have my bronze wire. Maybe now that I have my bronze wire, I can go and talk to this nerd face again. That's a pretty common thing, is every time I do something, I've got to show you would spare the lives of those who wore bronze necklaces. His pommel may have some significance. Perhaps you can craft something from it that can help. I guess would be that you need some protection from Rochelia if you enter the tomb. How do I make a bronze necklace? I would guess that you would need to get some bronze metal and work it into something that could be turned into a necklace, like some wire. And what should I put on the necklace? Perhaps Zatimus's clue has the answer. Now, what was it that she said again? Something about kin and keys. That sword pommel belonged to Bervarius, didn't it? Thanks. Okay, so I've got... I mean, it should just be the combining of these things, right? I don't. We're just gonna go look it up because this doesn't. Yeah. Temple of Azarun. Already got all that stuff. Scrolls, proper burial, bloodkin. Tomb of Bavarius. Scrolls in Bavarius's tomb. Traveling through the fairy rings will take you through Zinaris. In case you need extra inventory space, but be sure to keep a chisel, the bone shard, and the beads of the dead necklace. Okay, how do I make the beads of the dead necklace? Use a chisel on the sword pommel to make bone beads. Holy shitballs. How was I ever supposed to know to use a chisel? Can I please take this chisel off of my belt? How do I remove things from my belt? Is that just not a possibility? Okay. So apparently we need to go get another chisel. That's craziness. I can't believe the game thought that I was going to think to use a chisel on that. Also, is it even possible to craft a chisel? I have this sinking feeling it is not. I'm going to have to go buy a chisel, aren't I? Alright, let's go buy a chisel. Is there a place to buy a chisel around here somewhere? There's definitely not a place to buy a chisel around here. Okay, I just need to figure out how to get my chisel off my tool belt. That's just all there is to it. There has to be a way. How can I not... Can I use the sword pommel on the chisel? Wow, dude. This has to be some sort of a fucking joke, right? Holy shit, game. Get it figured out. How fucking stupid. Now I gotta find some place to buy a fucking chisel? You know what? We're just gonna type it in the freaking wiki. /wiki chisel. Where can I buy a chisel? Chisels can be attained from the crafting guide and the tool store found in the player-owned house workshop. Will also be purchased in most crafting shops. Durorin also offers chisels to the player during Gunner's Ground. Okay. Maybe actually I might already have a chisel. But apparently it's a fletching? No, it's a crafting thing? To make chisels? I don't see any chisel making. This game is truly ridiculous. I am really unhappy with the fact that I've had to resort to the wiki. It doesn't annoy me as much to get help from y'all as it does to need to get help from an outside website. But that's just because I feel like that's the same thing as like getting help in game from other players. But there is a point at which your game is just asking the player to infer too much. And it's unreasonable. Okay, I don't have any spare chisels. So I need to buy a chisel from a crafting store. I don't think this is a crafting store. It's just a general goods store. But we're going to check it anyway, just in case. We got a hammer. Hey, it's a chisel. Maybe I should buy like 10 of these things. Prepare the ivory pommel and the chisel to start crafting. Successfully craft some ivory beads. They may look as part of a necklace. Right. Then can we use these beads and this bronze wire? Look at that. We make a necklace. All for the low, low price of a chisel I'll never fucking use. Gotta go back and fix that. I ought to be able to use the chisel out of my tool belt for that. I understand that you might not want to tell the player that they have to use a chisel on the pommel. But that's too much, right? It's weird. Especially because I haven't... The other thing that I had to chisel, this rock slab that I had to chisel, it just told me, use the chisel. Right, I just clicked it, and it just chiseled it. So I didn't have to do anything there. So it's bothersome that I then had to figure out that I needed to use the chisel, even though I can't use the chisel out of my tool belt. So the inference there that would have had to be made is that I need a chisel that's not in my tool belt to chisel this pommel, which it barely told me that it was ivory. But to chisel this pommel, am I going to need to chisel this bone shard? Is that... Let's see. Remember, yep, okay, chiseled that into a key. Jeez. Yeah, the amount of inference that had to go into that, just make it possible to chisel them in my inventory. Just make that one of the options. Right, I have a chisel on my tool belt. I don't... That's craziness. Absolute craziness. But we should be good now. So let's search the foliage. Let's wear the beads here. Let's use the bone key on the door. And let's go in. Alright. We got a whole lot of undead here. We've got a room back there that's probably the first place I need to go. Let's find out. Oh, do I have to climb down the rocks? Is that how this works? Okay, so this was just a dead end, which is weird since I have a map. It's strange to me that there's just some dead end. Let's just go back. We've got our high contrast mode on. This is another thing that I don't really like using. But there's just so much difficulty in seeing all the little details and stuff that I just feel like it's necessary. Because if you miss stuff, things can go really wrong. If it wasn't such a big deal to miss things, and if it wasn't so easy to miss things, then it wouldn't really be a problem. But it's just so easy to miss things. It creates an almost impossible... Alright. Use the chisel. Oh. A green thick mist rises from the ground and starts choking you. Nothing interesting happens. Door is completely sealed. Nothing interesting happens if I chisel it. One of these things is missing a head. I gotta get a head from somewhere. I wonder if I'm supposed to already have the head. It's down here somewhere. Maybe I gotta kill a skeleton? Oh, here we go. Let's search them. The doors are ornately carved with depictions of skeleton warriors. You notice that some of the skeleton warriors' decorations are not complete. Instead, they are recesses where some of the bones should be. There are 3 recesses. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's not just a head. We've got head, arm, and a leg bone. I should have checked to see if I could just drop any bones in there. So let's try. Let's kill a couple of skeletons, get some bones, and try and drop bones in there. Because they're recesses, so the bones have to go in. It's not that I'm going to be able to, like, chisel them. So let's take these bones. And let's go see here. Let's use the bones on the door. Hey, there we go. Place bones into the skeletal door. It fits. There are 2 recesses left now. Perfect. That's freaking perfect. I honestly just cannot believe how unnecessarily complicated this quest was. I'm all for having to think about things. Like, I liked the clues. I liked the cross palm tree stuff. All of those things were very interesting and made for a fun and engaging quest. But all this stuff with the chisel, this bones thing, is even cool. Right? I really like it. Because it's something that you can figure out. And maybe that's just because I figured this part out and I didn't figure out the other thing, right? Somebody else might have thought that the chisel was really easy, maybe. And so maybe that's the problem. But whatever it is, there are some things that are just... the door seems to change slightly. The 2 depictions of skeletal warriors turn their heads towards you. They're alive. The skeletons wrench themselves free of the door, stepping out of the door with grinding teeth. They push the huge doors open. Okay. Now let's check out the tome. You touch the dolmen. The ground starts to shake. You hear an unearthly voice booming, and you step away from the dolmen in anticipation. Who dares disturb my slumber? Nazastarul. I dare disturb your slumber, nerd. You're getting beat on. Look at this. Look at how bad you are. Look at how bad you are. You defeat Nazastarul, and the corpse falls to the ground. The bones start to move again, and soon they reform into a grisly giant skeleton. What? But this skeleton doesn't even have like a health bar. Not really sure what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, well, he might not have had a health bar, but he died. You'd have eaten his astral, the skeleton falls to the ground. An ethereal form starts taking shape above the bones. You soon face the vengeful ghost of Nazastarul. Okay. Got it. We're just gonna fight this guy over and over again. The zombie, then the bones, then the spirit. Every possible form of undead. That's hilarious. If I'm being honest. It's weird that the middle version didn't have a health bar. That's kind of funny. Kinda funny. Alright, you hear a disembodied voice fading away into the distance. May you perish in the fires of Zamorak's furnace. Richelieu's curse is upon you. You see something appear on the dolmen. You take the mummified remains of a human female. You feel certain that these are Richelieu's remains. You carefully place them in your inventory. Nothing defined. Alright, so we're going to have to go put these remains to rest with Bavarius. Because that's surely what we're going to have to go do. But first we're going to go talk to the fucking chieftain dude. Because every step of this quest, you've had to go talk to the chieftain dude before you could do whatever you were supposed to do. So let's do this thing. Okay, we can't do this thing. Let's kill all these nerds. Kill all these nerds that have this unreasonable need to get in my freaking way. I don't know why they want to get in my way, but they do. Alright, let me the hell out of here. It's interesting that I had to use the key to get out, too. Go ahead and get teleported back over here. Okay, let's show Richelieu's corpse to this nerd. You have a look at this. This is truly incredible, Buana. So these are the remains of the dread Queen Richelieu. Yes, I think so. What should I do with them? I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps there's a clue in one of the artifacts you have found. Can you take them off my hands? Okay, well, he's useless. Got it. Maybe there's a clue. I do know, I think, I just got, like, power downed hard. What the hell? Why did that happen to me? Anyway... yeah, so we're going to go back over here. Because it said that the only way to stop the undead or a witch is to bury them in this certain way where they're at sea level surrounded by sea. Which is, or at sea level surrounded by water or whatever. It means come over here. Ah, I fell in the water. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Most of the damage that I've taken during this quest has been from falling off of this bridge. I gotta admit, it's a little bit ridiculous. Yes, wriggle. Wriggle, 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 wriggle. Alright, can we lay these bones to rest right here? You carefully place Rashilia's remains on the dolmen. You feel a strange vibration in the air. You have my gratitude for releasing my spirit. I have suffered a vengeful and evil existence. I was tricked by Zamorak. He returned my son to me as an undead creature. My hatred and bitterness corrupted me. I tried to destroy all life. Now I am released and grateful to contemplate eternal rest. Hey, would you look at that? 2 quest points. Almost 4,000 crafting XP, which feels pretty good. Access to Shiloh Village gem rocks. And cart. Travel between Shiro Village and Brimhaven. 2,000 coins from Yanni Salika in Shiloh Village if you sell him the quest items. I don't think I care for 2,000 coins. Even in the slightest. But hey, we got a bunch of XP. Yeah, this is silly. Like, just let me complete this. Nothing is gonna stop me from completing this, and it's required to be able to get in and out of here. So just let it be, you know? Yo, Drat, what's up, bro? How you been? How is life, the universe, and everything? Good, man. Usual busy stuff. Gross. Dude, being busy is like the worst. Just put you in this constant state of anxiety. I don't like being busy. Okay, but we got all these undead still. I thought the point of this was that the undead would be... Greetings, Buana. We've removed the threat of Rishilia, and though there are still some random outbreaks of undead activity, we are more than able to deal with it. You're welcome to enter the village now, Buana. Shall I show you the way? Yes, I'll go into the village. Hey, look at that. Now there's a bank. But the real reason that I came to this village, there's a shortcut right over here, isn't there? Or is it just a bridge? Oh, no, it's a bridge that I can fall off of. Okay. There's a necromancer trainer over here, I think, which is kind of interesting. Saw your Discord debacle. Sorry to hear it. If you do make a new one, please friend me. Yeah, I'm pretty much, I'm over it. Don't really care. I appreciate it though. But if people want to take things away from me, then that's fine. They can have them. I don't give a shit. Just gonna live my life in my little corner. And if people want to chip away at my little corner of space, then they can do that, and I'll just disappear eventually. That's fine. I don't think I really need these fish or any of this stuff anymore. Guess I'm gonna go. I was going to send you a note on a new game, but I don't want to derail what you have going here. I mean, whatever, man. Derail away. Who gives a shit? Oh, let's turn that in. Let's put that in here. Oh, yeah, no, I already know about that game. Definitely not playing Where Winds Meet. The thing that's probably going to derail me is on December 3rd. They are doing Guild Wars 1. They're doing Guild Wars Reforged. Which is going to be crazy awesome. So if I can gain access to my old Guild Wars account, I no longer have access to that email because it was an old Hotmail account. And so even though I remember the password to the Guild Wars account, it requires an authentication through my email because it's a new IP address because I don't live at the same house anymore. So I can't access the Hotmail account anymore to gain access to the Guild Wars account. So I've got some messages into support. Hopefully I'll be able to recover the account and get the email, at least for recovery purposes, changed over to my existing one. And if I can do that, then on December 3rd, we're going to play the new Guild Wars Reforged. And if I can't, then I'm going to keep playing this. It's pretty exciting, though. I still think that Guild Wars is probably the pinnacle of MMOs. There are things in that game that are just too good. Although some of it probably won't stand the test of time. I haven't really played the game in over a decade. So I'm sure that there will be some of it that I will go to and think, wow, this sucks. So, I don't know, I'm a little hesitant. I'm a little worried that maybe my looking back glasses are making me think better things about Guild Wars than it actually deserves. 24, okay. But who knows? Who knows? I like that there's also a bank right here, so I'm just gonna get all of the freaking gems and just bank them. Super, super easy. This is fantastic. And I'll just spend a ton of time cutting them so I can level up my crafting skill. Mole, 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 mole. Oh, we got cabin fever. Um, it's been like 3 days. Mostly because we've gotten derailed for a few days. Because of some bullshit that was going on. But it's been like 3 days that we've been trying to get over here to mine these precious gems. It has been ridiculous, the amount of effort we've had to put in to get our asses over here. Absolutely ridiculous. No, 3 IRL days. It's probably been about, I don't know, 15 hours of playtime to get ourselves over here. 15 or 16. But we were mining the gem tier below this one because we need it to level up our crafting. Because we're going to cut these gems into like cut versions. And so when we got up to where we could now do these diamond tiers, we wanted to come over here where we would get more diamonds. And we wouldn't get any of the blue tier. We're just going to get the green, red, and diamond tier. Ruby, emerald, diamond. So we're not getting sapphires anymore. Because we're going to get more XP for cutting these other tiers than we would for the blue tier. But then we had to level up our agility from like level 5 to level 32. Because there's stuff in this quest that we just did that required us to get the agility. But then we also had to complete some other quests. We had to do a bunch of stuff before we could come over here, and then we got super derailed trying to do this quest. This quest was a huge pain in the ass. So it took us like just days and days of getting other things up and getting quests completed and gaining ourselves access to this thing, which is cool. You know, as a first playthrough, going through and having to do a bunch of stuff to get these things is interesting. And the quest lines in this game are fairly interesting in themselves. But I could imagine if you were, you know, a player who had been, you know, playing for decades, and you'd already done all these quests 3 or 4 times, and, you know, maybe you're playing a league or something like that, so you're on an accelerated path, or, you know, you're just running a new character or something like that for an alt account for some daily type stuff or whatever. I could definitely see this getting old hella quick, trying to get back through all this stuff. Because there are just so many obstacles, you know? So many barriers to getting to the things that you actually are trying to do. And a lot of them are fairly repetitive. I mean, going through a quest line again that you've already done, 3 or 4 times just isn't really all that interesting. You don't need to re-see the story because you've already seen it. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. They definitely need to consider trying to find an alternate way to allow you to complete these quests if you've already done them. Especially because now that they have Jagex accounts, where my primary account, right, this character, is connected to like a bigger account. And so I have multiple characters that are all sort of connected. And so there certainly seems like there should be a way using that Jagex account to monitor, whether or not I've completed quest lines and stuff. And then if I create a new character on that same Jagex account, it seems like it would be reasonable to me that the computer could know, or the game could know, like, hey, you've already completed this quest. Would you like to do an abbreviated version of it? And give us something that's a little quicker to get through so that we can gain access to the places we're trying to access. Kind of like Once Human does. But I don't know, maybe that defeats the whole purpose of the game. I don't know. If they weren't trying to, if we didn't have challenge modes like hardcore Ironman, if we didn't have, leagues and stuff coming, if we didn't have all that other stuff, then maybe I could understand not doing that, because there's really no reason to have more than one character in this game. Unless, yeah, I mean, there's really just no reason to have more than one character in this game, because your character can do everything, and there aren't really dailies. There's some stuff with like auras and stuff that limit what you can accomplish in a day. But for the most part, this is an old MMO, so you just kind of infinitely do whatever content it is you're doing. But oh, did we already fill up that gym bag? Nice. Fucking nice. Fill up my regular inventory here. Why did you stop? Yeah, so we'll get our regular inventory filled up with our bag here, and then we'll take all this stuff back to the bank, and we'll put it all in there, and then we'll break it all down real quick. And I don't know how far we're going to go on the crafting. I don't know if there's another tier of precious stones we can get. I assume there is, because this isn't the highest tier, I don't think, of stones, because this isn't the highest tier of gem bag. So at some point we are going to have to go get 20,000 dungeoneering tokens so that we can get, that's the other thing I had to do, was get dungeoneering tokens so I could even have this gem bag. But we'll have to go get 20,000 dungeoneering tokens so that we can get the bigger gem bag, or the better gem bag. We can use higher tier gem rocks in the future, because we're going to need to be able to cut Need to be able to cut something. I don't know. We'll get there. We'll figure it out. Ain't no need to know about it right this moment. Go talk to our bankers here. Bank. We're going to go right in here. We're going to put all these away. And then we're going to empty the gem bag here. Let's go find, where's our diamonds at? There we go. Move that right there. Let's take all these out and let's go ahead and cut those bad boys. We're going to get 67 XP per, which is nice. Some real nice fast XP there. I really like that. Put those away, take those out. We're going to cut these bad boys. It's crazy how quickly we get gems, as well as how quickly we can cut them. The XP rate on this seems really, really high because of, whoops, how quickly we can just go through that stuff. If you add in all the time I had to take just to get over here, then maybe not so much, but... Alright, we're going to cut all these for 85 XP apiece. The growth in the amount of XP you're getting is also pretty huge. I mean, that's another almost 50%. Maybe 30%? Yeah, it's probably closer to 30%. But we can just craft these away. We're up to level 46 now. We might even make it all the way to level 47 off of these diamonds, because I have some sort of stored up previous stuff too. Whoops. We're going to craft these, and they're going to give us 107 XP apiece. Nice. Booyah. I don't think we're quite going to make it to level 47, because I've only got 40-something of these, at 107 is only 4,000 XP. And we needed about 5,000, so we're not going to quite make it to 47, I don't think. But that's all right. Still going to get all these cut up. Let's see, where's these cut diamonds? There they are. I want to put those right there. These are all my cut gems. Let's put them in order. There we go. Nice, nice. Then we just come right back over here and gather up some more gems. I wonder what the value on those cut gems are. Oh, I can't sell them because I'm Iron Man. I might be giving up my Iron Man status, if I'm being honest. Not that I dislike necessarily, or not that I hate necessarily, not being able to interact with the market. It's just kind of a big deal. Maybe I'll stay Iron Man until January 19th. And then if somebody wants to, or not if somebody, if I decide that I want to go ahead and switch, then I will do it after that, so that I don't have any access to the treasure hunter system. I don't know. I do actually have a non-Ironman skiller that I'm working on right now after streams. And I'm just banging through smithing and mining right now. And just making a bunch of arrow tips and selling them. Trying to see if I can member that account. Just through doing that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. 160 million to get a bond is a lot. We shall see. Click this thing so I see what I get here. Bromenic Isles, yak hide body armor, a glass orb, beryl robes in Demonheim. Very nice. We're just going to keep swinging away here. This definitely seems like the most profitable way to get my crafting up. But it also seems like the most important for my future way. Apparently, being able to make amulets or necklaces allows you to make porters in the future, which will just take items and put them in your bank without you having to do anything, so you can sort of AFK a little more and grind a little harder, which is super important, I think. So, yeah, we're just going to keep on keeping on here. And we'll save up all these gems, so if I need them for something in the future, we can use them. But because of that, because we can do that stuff, and because these gems are valuable for that, I imagine there's probably a pretty consistent market for the cut gems. Now, having these precious gem rocks has probably hurt the gem market some, because you used to have to mine regular resources and then, you know, break open the geodes or whatever to get the gems. And that's not the case anymore, so there's probably just more gems around. But that probably also means that more people are making use of things like the porters. That would have been something that people wouldn't have used nearly as much in the past because it would have been sort of cost prohibitive, right? Like, why would I waste my gem on a porter sending back an item that is maybe worth, 10K or something like that, when maybe that gem is worth even more than that because of the porter system? So unless you're doing like really, really high-end mining and stuff like that, or doing a lot of just AFKing, then the porters would have been less valuable to you than the gems themselves, because you weren't sending back anything of any real value. And so now that gems are probably cheaper, there's probably more people using them. So while you might not get as much per gem, you're probably getting more currency per time now by selling a larger quantity of gems for less currency. accessibility is a huge part of economics. A huge, huge part. The more accessible something is, the more profit can be made on slimmer margins. If I'm only earning, 1% of a sale as profit, and I'm only making one sale a month, then in order to make, $1 million gold in profit, I have to sell that item for 100 million. But if I'm making 1% per trade, and I want to make $1 million in profit, but I'm making, 1,000 trades, then each trade only has to be 100,000 gold. Right? $1,000 times 1,000 is $1 million? Yeah. So, and a lot more people have 100,000 gold than have 100 million gold. Gonna sit up here a little bit for a little while. Man, I'm really tempted to just get rid of my Ironman status. It would take a week for me to do it, too. So if I hit it, then I gotta wait a week. But it honestly might just be worth it to go ahead and hit it and then come back. Well, I wouldn't wait around a week to come back. I would keep playing and then come back. But the idea of having access to a market is fairly interesting. I don't know. It's such a huge part of these games. Especially to me, it's a huge part of these games. I've always played, the gatherer, crafter, merchant. I do typically go and make all my own gear. I would have probably kept my smithing and my mining up anyway, and I would have been making all my own gear as I went. So I sort of would end up playing the same, except that I wouldn't be hanging on to a lot of items. I would just be selling them. I probably wouldn't have used burial to level up my smithing. I would have probably sold the things that I was smithing. But I don't know. It definitely would have changed things, instead of going for the thing that was the easiest to AFK, where I was making boots all the time, to burial the boots, I probably would have gone ahead and instead made the thing that was going to make me the most profit per bar when I sold them. So when they were all the way to +3. So if it took 16 bars to make a +3 whatever, then I would have checked that cost per bar when I was selling them to see. Because there's definitely people out there who are, buying their way to maximum mining. There are definitely, or not maximum mining, maximum smithing. There are definitely people out there who, are on 3rd, 4th, or 5th accounts who have tons of currency on their mains and don't need to worry about, going through and getting a lot of resources on their own. And so they're running around buying those resources to level up those skills, right? Buying a bunch of uncut gems to level up their crafting, buying a bunch of max tier items so that they can just burial them for maximum XP. Doing a bunch of stuff like that to get those characters into a position where they can just buy resources and then craft those resources into something and then turn a profit. And that's actually probably a pretty big thing that goes on in this game. So there's a limit to how much of an item you can buy per time off of the Grand Exchange, is what it seems like. I'm not 100%, but it looks like there's like a hard limit to your ability to gain some resources and stuff off the Grand Exchange. And so if you have lots of different accounts, then each of those accounts can have that limit. And while I guess you could just transfer the resources between your multiple characters, I don't necessarily think that that would work super well, and would just end up gumming up the works and gumming up the time it took if you wanted to, try and make lots and lots and lots of currency for yourself. Maybe you're trying to get a party hat or, some of the bigger, like, flex items that cost billions and billions of gold. It might be easier just to, make a character and pick a specific craft or something like that, right? Like smithing or crafting or whatever, and then just buy all the things you need to max that out, and then buy resources to allow you to level that up, and then buy resources that allow you to engage with that craft at a profit. Because when I looked, even doing something as simple as crafting arrowhead tips was giving me a pretty significant chunk of currency. And if I had purchased, instead of just mined myself, the adamant that I was using to make adamant arrow tips, I would have still been like doubling. I would have been making like 100% profit. Now there is a time element. You do have to physically stand there and craft the items. So there is a time element to that. It took, an hour or so to flip that currency. But still. Empty my gym bag. Pull out those. Craft them up. Cut them down. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka. Hey, there it is, level 47. I think we're going to make it to 48 this time. Snakeskin vamp braces. Nice. I wish that I could just cut the whole thing out of my storage, out of my bank. Wish I didn't have to pull them out 24 at a time to cut them. It's a little bit of a friction point. Not all friction points are necessarily bad, but I can see how these friction points might help resist botting a little bit, because bots are stupid a lot of times. They're really, really basic, and so they can't necessarily do things like open the bank inventory. And so making a bot have to go through menus is actually a pretty good way to get the bot to not know what the fuck's going on. Especially if it has to do anything at all dynamically. So I guess that's an argument for keeping some of these friction points in, as long as they're not too bad. I'm all about protecting games from bots and RMT and stuff like that, but I don't want to do that, or I don't want that to be happening at the detriment of my gameplay. Right. So that's something that Eastern MMOs do a lot, and they've actually turned it into a monetization strategy, and it's pretty fucking disgusting. But Eastern games often have systems where you can't trade, or there's all these extra steps to trading, or you have to have some sort of in-game currency to trade, like in Lost Ark. And so they make it so that you can't player-to-player trade, so that the auction house is really, really annoying and has a lot of friction to it. And all these systems are put in place, and they're primarily anti-RMT systems, but they've turned them into, like, for example, with Ion 2, you have to buy the membership to be able to sell things on the auction house. Which is funny, because even though they claim that it's an anti-RMT measure, it doesn't actually do that, because apparently you can still buy things off of the auction house, is something I was reading. I haven't actually played the game yet. But if you can buy stuff off of the auction house, then you can transfer currency from a seller account to a buyer account through the auction house on that game. So, just keeping people from being able to sell things and allowing them to buy things doesn't really combat RMT at all. And so I don't know what they're doing, but they've turned it into this whole monetization strategy where, oh no, see, we're trying to protect the integrity of the game by fucking you over and getting you to give us more money. And that's just a good example of monetization strategies that I think are obscene. You've intentionally made my game worse. You've made it harder to play with friends. I mean, stuff like that is absolutely driving the solo epidemic in MMOs. I personally have never engaged with large groups of people in MMOs. I don't engage with like big guilds. I don't join big guilds usually. For the most part, I've only ever really played for any significant length of time with my brothers and our good friend. But that's just the way I am, right? I'm not really a social butterfly. And so that's fine for me. And games going towards this more soloable, MMO games going towards this more soloable system is not necessarily bad for me. But it does mean that the number of interactions or the types of interactions that I do enjoy in MMO games has started to become more difficult. Like, for example, I like to engage in markets. But if everybody can just get all the items themselves, a lot of times markets are not really a place that everybody engages with. A lot of times markets in video games turn into this thing where just merchants exist on the markets. And it's just a bunch of people buying and selling back and forth from each other. With very little interaction from people outside of those really market-focused players even interacting. Because there's no reason, really. Right? The amount of time it would take to earn the currency to get the item that they want is pretty much the same amount of time it would take to just go get the item that they want. And so markets have just become this really weird system in MMO games that just doesn't work. And we've talked about this a bunch of times. It is primarily due to the fact that there are no labor markets in MMO games. There are strictly item markets in MMO games. And without a labor market, you don't have the pressure of skilled labor applying profitability to activities. And so everything just comes down to time. There's no skill variable. And when there's no skill variable, then profit across all activities becomes homogenized, and you just end up with the same profits basically everywhere. And you also end up in a situation where you can only make profit when you are doing a task at its absolute peak. Which means having to get all the way to the end game in a certain task in order to make any sort of profit at it. Because as soon as it starts taking you longer to do something than other people, then you start cutting into that profit, because that profit is based entirely on time, right? So if a person who has the absolute best gear for chopping wood in an MMO can chop 100 pieces of wood in an hour, and they're making a 1% profit by selling that wood. Or, sorry, not a 1% profit. So chopping that wood has a specific cost, right? So the time that it takes you to chop that wood at an absolute peak, so I'm getting 100 pieces of wood per hour, and say every piece of wood is making me 10 gold per piece of wood. So I'm making 1,000 gold in an hour. So I'm making 6 gold. Making 100. Oh, I can't math. What's 1,000 divided by 60? 1,000 divided by 60. Fucking calculators, dude. So I'm making 16.6 gold an hour, or a minute, in that hour. That's great. But that's the maximum speed. So now you've got to look at that compared to anybody else. So if I've got, the next lower tier of gathering tools or something, and it's taking me 65 minutes to gather that same 100 logs, then I'm now down to 15 gold per minute. Instead of 16.6, it's 15.3. If it takes me 70 minutes to get that, then I'm down to 14.2 gold per minute. And so my time becomes ultimately less valuable than the time of somebody who's already maxed out. And so because it's not a skill market, because it's an item market, and because it's completely driven by efficiency of gathering, then only the best players are really turning any sort of profit. And so when you start to look at that, you'll start to see that what the best player can do in an hour is worth slightly more than most other hourly activities, right? So the absolute peak is more than the average, right? So the absolute best players and prices of things are typically focused on the average or slightly above average. So if an average player is earning 100 logs in 65 minutes, and the absolute best loggers in the game are earning 100 logs in 60 minutes, that means that their best course of action is to earn everything that they get in game through logging. Because everything in the game is going to be tied to that 1,000 logs per 65 minutes, right? That 15.3 gold per minute is going to be that slightly above average with maximum gear. And so if I'm able to exceed that average, or that price point, that place where the market is pegged at, then I should never ever engage with anything else in the game. Because that's my best course of action to get anything. So it really narrows gameplay, or it can really narrow gameplay. I've gotten off on a crazy tangent. Honestly, I guess the skill thing would do the same thing in that situation. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore at this point. I'm just babbling. Just fucking babbling. Give me more diamonds. Please give me diamonds. Brushless gem cutting. Level 50. Only a couple of levels away from that. That's exciting. I still can't find what the next freaking Dragonstone. There we go, level 55. So we've still got a ways. We got 7 more levels to go here before we get to level 55. We can start cutting another tier of gems, which will likely mean another 3 days of trying to get to a point where I can get to where I can get Dragonstone to even be able to cut it. And then I will have to get that next tier of bag so that I can put Dragonstone in my bag. So that I can cut them in larger quantities. At least I think that'll be required. I guess it's possible it won't. I might just be able to fill up my regular inventory with Dragonstone at the same time I fill up my regular gem bag. That's actually probably what'll end up being possible. Because I'll just keep putting everything that's regular in my gem bag, and then Dragonstones will just slowly fill up these slots. And I already only get about as many diamonds as I have slots out here by the time we start filling these things up. So I'd probably get about that same percentage in Dragonstones. So it'd be pretty close. So I'd probably get plenty. Which means, well, no, I needed the regular gem bag. So I guess it'll depend on what drops from the next tier of stones. Does it go up just one tier of stones, or is there, something else that might also get dropped with that? We'll have to find out. Whoops. Let's empty my gem bag. It's called a gem bag, you know, GEM, but it sounds like gym bag. UIM. We all know my fat ass ain't going to the gym though. But I'll go to the gym, if you know what I mean. Look at this dude running around. Big ass sword. Big Daddy 130. Alright. Alrighty then. Look at that. 275 of them bad boys. Getting it. Getting it. So what comes next? This is Dragonstone right here. Okay, we got Dragonstone, we got Moonstone, we got Onyx, and we got Hydrix. So to cut this, we're going to need 55 crafting, and then we need 67, and then we need 72, and then we need 79. Okay. 197 XP per one. And apparently, a cut Hydrix is worth 45 million gold. There is no way that's true. This is worth $1 million. A cut Onyx? You must have to like go super out of your way to get those. How is this worth 9 million? No, 99,000. Almost 100,000. And this is worth 1 million. What's it? Uncut gem here is only worth 4,000? That's crazy. So we go from 4 to 99 real fucking quick. And this is only worth 500 on a cut. Okay. The gem prices are just fucking weird. Wait, how are these? How are emeralds more than rubies? I'm so confused. I am all the way confused. Okay. So these really high tier gemstones are valuable. Like crazy valuable. That's honestly kind of cool. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Morning, Jenkins. What's up, dude? Sorry, I might have missed you there for a while. I've been rambling and not really paying attention. How are you? I finally got the Shiloh mission defeated. Just chilling. Chilling and skilling. I've been looking at the prices of some of these cut gems. How do you get Hydrix gems? Because holy crap. 45 million for a cut Hydrix gem is something. Reaper points. All right. I don't know what the fuck a Reaper point is. We're going to get some. Reaper task, boss killing. Okay. Got you. Got you. Who's this over here? Group Ironman. Gim Dabbers. What's up, Dabbers? There are skilling bosses? Do what now? I didn't know there were skilling bosses. That's pretty dope. Proceus, okay. I like that idea a lot. Level 49 crafting. One of the requirements for the hand in the sand. We can make strong smithing urns, bullseye lantern lens, and dromo leather. Pretty sure that there is one very, very early game. Really? For what skill, or is it for any skill? That feels like something that they should just be like screaming about on my HUD. Right, like there should just be a big flashing neon sign that says there's a really cool boss you can go fight that'll help you level up your skills that doesn't require just standing there pickaxing rocks. Because that's super dope. What do you got going on over here, Dabbers? Really good information. I am so happy to be able to come out here and pickaxe these precious rocks now. What a slog to get over here. This was great. I do feel quite accomplished to be over here pickaxing these rocks. It definitely feels good to like have had to go through some effort to be able to get access to these. Was a little rough there at a couple of points, but that's just quest design. But finally being over here feels good. Feels real good. Making this progress here. We're also making really good progress on, XP for our mining. $40 XP per swing. 45 XP per swing is not really bad, even for where I'm at, right? If I was overdoing my my tier, where I was getting Necronium or Phasmatite, whatever it is, 40 a swing isn't that much lower than I'd be getting for that. I wonder where the precious rocks. Ooh, concentrated coal deposits. Stamina when mining. Rare gem rocks, lunar isle. Requires lunar diplomacy. Okay. So this will be where I go next. So that's level 60. Rare gem rocks. Okay. So level 55 even lets me get rare gem rocks. Precious gem rocks was level 43. Why does this say... Oh, okay. So I would have to have level 75 dungeoneering to go to the other place where you can get precious gem rocks. What did you die to lose status? I am stupid, Mordred. That's how I died. I was leveling up my mining and smithing, and I went out here and I got some nechrite. And then while I was mining nechrite, I wanted to go get my phasmite or phasmatite, and I went around this way, and there's a bunch of hydrixes this way, and I thought, oh, it's fine. Most enemies drop aggro pretty quick in this game. I'll just run past them. And then I didn't use any of my dash moves, and I ran out of stamina, and I ran right into the big middle of them, and died. Only to find out, only a little while later, that if I'd have just gone around this way, you can get all the way over here without even encountering any enemies. Which was super cool, let me tell you. Ultimately just a question of a lack of experience and an unwillingness to turn around, which is sort of my MO. Yeah. That's fine, though. I always knew that I was going to lose my hardcore status. I kind of thought that I would get a little further. I figured I was probably going to lose it at my first boss fight. But that's fine. Not a big deal. Now we just keep going in the Ironman. I'm actually thinking of dumping my Ironman status. Because I'd like to maybe engage with the market, the Grand Exchange some. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll wait until January 19th. Maybe I won't. Who knows? I mean, I can just not engage with the treasure hunter mechanic. It doesn't, I'm not going to spend any money on the treasure hunter mechanic, so. I see MTX clean account would be so different for me. I mean, would it really, though? Oh, I do know. I don't spend money on any of these pay-to-win games. or any pay-to-win mechanics. I've played, like lots of Rise of Kingdoms, Call of Dragons, stuff like that. I don't spend money on. Raid Shadow Legends, games that are way more egregious than the stuff that goes on in RS3, and more than capable of not spending money on them. So you can spend 45K on a mount and outfit, like 45,000 real dollars or 45,000 in-game gold. It's not willpower, Mordred. I'm just broke. So I couldn't spend money on MTXs if I wanted to. I don't have any. So it really comes down to a question of, do I want to eat or do I want to level up slightly in my video game? And that's a pretty easy. I imagine if I had disposable income, it might require a little more willpower. $45,000 real dollars for a mount and an outfit. See, that is batshit ass crazy. Oh, and Where Winds Meet, is that how much it costs for real? Wow. Dude, those Eastern games are getting out of pocket. Getting out of pocket, dude. Watch some guy spend $500 on pulls and only got 2 of the orbs. I mean, I haven't even played Where Winds Meet, but yeah, I don't. I mean, you just can't. You can't engage with that stuff. Not just because it's excessive and egregious, but because every time somebody engages with it, right? Every time they get one person to spend $500, that means that there are 50 people out there that they didn't need to get $10 from. And so it really puts the lie to the value of the subscription model when we have people wailing out like that on video games, because it's the same people on every game, right? It's like all the streamers go and just wail out on video games. And I guess sort of, it's like all of their viewers also. Hey, what's up, Fettuccine Alfredo? I'm good, how are you? I guess it's also all their viewers, right? Because it's sort of a crowdsourced thing where the viewers, buy subscriptions or give bits or whatever, and then that streamer turns around and turns, a portion of that income into wailing out in video games. But you've got this small population of gamers who want to dominate games, and they do that with their checkbooks. And they do. And companies make it possible for them because they make so much money off of that stuff. Doing good. Got my second job starting on Thanksgiving. Ouch, man. Ouch. Second jobs are no bueno. I mean, I'm glad that you're, finding some more income for yourself. That's great. But the fact that it's even necessary is gross. Absolutely gross. Second jobs afford engagement rings. Oh, yeah. See, I don't have that problem. be fair, I don't even need the second job. I just want it. I mean, in this day and age, if there are wants in your life that are reasonable, obviously, if you want like an $8 million yacht and you have to get a second job so that you can save up some money for your $8 million yacht, then I don't think that that's something that you should just be able to get with one job. But in this modern age, with as advanced as our technology is and as much as we can produce in such a little amount of time with so little labor, it seems pretty unreasonable to me that there is any reasonable, regular, average Joe out there who can't afford all of the things that they want on a single income. I mean, you know, kudos to you. This isn't, it's not a critique of your willingness to get a second job. It's a critique of our society's willingness to make that necessary for you to live a reasonable life. But there's really no reason. It is fairly obscene. Used to be able to do a fast food job, pay for a house. Now that's a pipe dream. Yeah, absolutely. And there's no reason for it, right? Because it's all the same time, right? That person who's making all those dinners for people is putting in the same amount of time as that person who's, you know, working on developing the next iPhone. All that work is still work. It's still human time and energy. It still has value. Now, an argument could be made that what I'm doing has no value, and I would totally accept that assessment. But you know, most everybody else is being a valuable member of society, even if I'm a bum. Level 50 crafting is one of the requirements for Enekra's Lament. Level 50 crafting is one of the requirements for Legends Quest. Get our level 50 milestone cape, some dragon hide gear that we can make here. A blue dragon hide shield. A coif. Congrats on finishing Shiloh Village. Enjoy the rocks. Oh, I'm going to enjoy the rocks, William. Thank you. Ain't got the specs right now. Let me tell you. Yes, you do. If you're talking about computer specs, absolutely you do. I'm running this whole thing on like a decade-old computer right now. I was muted there. So my rig is a 1050 Ti that is running my game and my stream. And then because I exploded my second monitor, I lit it on fire after my move, I'm running on an old laptop who's running my chat right now. So that I can see. Basically, my laptop is a second monitor for me right now. But, I mean, as long as you're, if you use something like NVIDIA GeForce Now, which allows you to use a much lighter end machine to play much higher end games. So you wouldn't be trapped just playing something like, for example, RuneScape that's really lightweight. You could definitely play a more graphically intensive game using something like NVIDIA GeForce Now, which is what I did for a long, long time before, now moving into playing RuneScape just on my local machine. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot at all. And you definitely shouldn't let that stop you from giving it a try either. I don't have, my microphone isn't like some incredible microphone. When I first started streaming and making content, I was doing it with my headset microphone. And then I stole this microphone from my older brother that he had for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years from way back when he was trying to stream. But yeah, you do need some sort of a second monitor. You do need, because you have to be able to read the chat, right? And you need to be able to do that while you're playing. There are some solutions that you could try. There's a program that I use. It's called See-Through Windows. And it allows you to put a window in your foreground and then give it some opacity or some translucence. Whatever. It allows you to change its opacity so that you can see through it. And then you can also click through it. So for example, you can't see it, but right here where my mouse is at, there's a window. And it's not showing up on my stream because my stream isn't told to pick it up. But it's a very small little square. It covers this space right here. And it's mostly see-through, but it's just a big button that shows me the status of my mute so that I can mute myself and like clear my throat or get a drink of water or, whatever it is I need to do, and then unmute myself so that I can go back to talking to y'all. But it's just this opaque window. So you could easily do that with chat. And you could even have chat just like scrolling across the middle of your screen in this sort of see-through way. But then you can click right through those windows. So even if I click up here where my window's at, it doesn't actually click my mute button. I have to use a hotkey to do that. And so my hotkey does my mute back and forth, and then that window just shows me its status. So you could have, your chat could be like full screen across your whole game if you really wanted it to be. And then you would just be able to see and click through your chat. So you would want to use, you'd want to use something that didn't have a background on it, right? So you would want your chat to be just showing up in a blank window. And that way you would just be changing the opacity of the actual letters themselves. So that way you were just seeing through the letters and you weren't also trying to see through this weird colored background. But doing something like that just for yourself and then moving that chat into a corner or something somewhere, especially when you were just getting started, would be pretty viable. Because you're not going to get a ton of chat, right? Like I don't have just a streaming wall of chat all the time. And until you get up to somewhere in the maybe 100 concurrent viewers range, you're not going to have a streaming wall of chat. You're going to be fairly able to pick up with it. I think the most concurrent viewers I normally ever had was back in the day when I was streaming Once Human. We were usually running about 18 to 20. And at the 18 to 20 mark, things started to get a little difficult to keep up with because a lot of the people were really active in the chat at that time. And so it was a little more difficult to keep my head back and forth on that stuff. And if I'd had, something overlaying on my screen, it might have been a little difficult to keep up with. But just to get started, I think that's totally viable. And then you could start moving into other stuff in the future. The biggest thing I think is just getting started. I had a nice bit of chat when I was running Remnant 2 on my old PC before the GPU fried everything. Oh, gross. Sex. Yeah, I mean, the thing that keeps playing in my head is like, you know, your community can't grow, your outreach can't grow, your skill at streaming and trying to be entertaining can't grow. None of that stuff can grow if you're not doing it. And that's the thing that keeps me, you know, even though my community is fairly small and I'm still a pretty, actually a really small streamer. You know, I just keep waking up and logging in and doing it every day because you can't be making progress if you're not doing the thing. And I let myself talk myself out of streaming for a long time. A long, long time. It's always been something that I was interested in, and it took years and years before I pulled the trigger. Use it or you lose it, very much within. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's so goddamn fun. So much more fun. I mean, could you imagine just sitting here banging on this rock without people to talk to? That would be awful. Be absolutely horrific. If I wasn't streaming, I guarantee I wouldn't be playing RuneScape right now. It's a good game and I like it, but there's too much downtime. And my brain would be like, hey, let's do something. You want to do something? Let's look some stuff up. And then I would forget to play, and then I would time out. And then I'd have to like come back and return on the game, and it would start to aggravate me, and I wouldn't even play. But since my brain has something to focus on with y'all, I can keep this up on my main screen and be paying attention. Yo, I'm getting all of these gemstone golem fragments. I don't know what they're for, but I got them. Yeah, 6,600. They will be useful later? Okay. Going down the rabbit hole of RS3 Wiki is also a form of playing RS3. Well, that's not entirely wrong. I did cheat today in order to get the Shiloh quest done. I did go use the wiki because I don't understand how this was even allowed to happen. But in order to get through this quest, sorry, spoiler alert, you have to use a chisel on a couple of the items that you get. But there's no mention of needing to use the chisel. If you right-click on the item in your inventory, it doesn't give you the option to chisel it. And you can't right-click use your chisel out of your tool belt. That's not an option. So you have to go buy another chisel, because I also don't know how to take items out of my tool belt. That doesn't seem to be possible either. So you have to go buy another chisel and then use it from your inventory on these items to get them to turn into the things that you need to complete the quest. But there's no mention of that anywhere in the quest. Nobody even says the word fucking chisel in the whole thing. So, like, I mean, it would literally be impossible if you didn't look at the wiki to figure out how to complete this quest. Literally impossible. Yeah, some old quests have a few holes. Shiloh Village code don't work with the tool belt. It was made more than a decade later. One of many things they are planning to update next year. Yeah, I definitely see where some of their, like, we really need to focus on the UI thing. Because when they were talking about UI UX, you know, I was mostly just thinking about the parts of the UI that I had engaged with up to that point, which was very limited. because I'm fairly new. So, I didn't really have a problem with this. I don't necessarily have a problem with a cluttered UI in a game that's not like super manic and super active, because I like being able to see all of this information all the time. It makes me happy. So I like some of the clutter. So I didn't really understand what they were getting at when they said a lot of UI UX fixes needed to happen. But now that I've got a little more experience with some of the stuff that can go wrong, definitely there is some fixing that needs doing, for sure. For sure, because it was frustrating. I was frustrated. Let's see, what do we got here? We got a new achievement. New loadout, new summary. No idea. The chisel do get mentioned once in game in the sunset overview. It mentions it needs a chisel. Sadly, not that tool belt doesn't count. Oh, in the quest overview? Does it? Yeah, so... What's up, Drippy Bud? So you're not wrong about that. It does say you need a chisel. But there is a time during the quest that it actually allows you to just straight up chisel the item in your inventory. And that's when you're trying to read that stone slab or whatever. If I'm not mistaken. Open up Shiloh Village. Go to quest overview. Yeah, so there's that stone slab that you go to. And it gets chiseled. And that happens before all those other things that need to chisel, and you actually could use that. It just gave you the option. It was part of the dialogue or something like that as you were going through the quest. And you just chiseled it. I believe. It was like a day and a half ago, so I forgot. I am not the master of any visual art. Not a master sculptor, not a master painter. All right, let's get these. I love how quickly I feel like I get XP when I come back over here and chisel all these. Feels good. Feels real good. So we got to get this up to 55. Once we get our crafting up to 55, then we get the ability to do the dragon stone, which means needing to move up to be able to get our rare rocks, which I assume will just give us red, so ruby, diamond, and dragon stone. I assume I'll stop getting the emeralds. And then from there, we just keep on our way, leveling this stuff up as we go and keeping all these nice, beautiful gems. We're going to have ourselves one heck of a nice, nice little stockpile of cut gems after a while. That's going to feel good. I'm going to like that. The one thing that I think I do like more about Ironman than I would about main is Ironman gives you
sort of a broader sense of accomplishment. Not that I don't feel good about having lots of currency, because currency is a great indicator of your progress and how well you're doing and stuff like that within the game. And so, and it's also very, very identifiable, right? Very easy to see, like, oh, I am doing X well. And so I like that. But being able to have all of this stuff in my bank, right? Being able to look at this and see, okay, I've got all these sapphires, I've got all these emeralds, I've got all these rubies, I've got all these diamonds, right? I've got all this extra pure essence I haven't used. I just have, resources on top of resources. And being able to look in there and see that, being able to go, if I want to see my value in currency, I can go over here and look at my wealth. And it'll tell me, like, hey, in your backpack, you've only got 214K. Your worn equipment is worth this much, but in your bank, look at all this value you have. I don't know if this is based on the Grand Exchange prices. I assume it probably is. But, it really comes down here and, like, lets me know, hey, you're actually doing pretty good. Here's all the wealth that you've accumulated as you've been playing. And that feels really nice. So it gives you a lot of different ways to see your progress happening. It is in GE prices. Okay, that's what it seemed like. I definitely didn't think I had 12 million worth of high alchemy prices in there. But being able to see, all that value coming from all those different places feels pretty tasty. Yeah, exactly. So I was looking, I do have my other account that I'm just doing as a no combat skiller. And I'm going through the smithing and mining grind on that character as well right now. I was looking to bond that character into membership, and it was like 160 million. Which is bonkers. I was watching a video the other day that was talking about how, like, 11 months ago, it was 180 million, and the prices had just gone down. I'm hoping that some of this MTX getting out of the game will have a deflationary effect. So I guess I need to think about that a little bit. What's going to happen? So right now, bonds are probably being inflated because you need bonds to buy some of the MTX stuff, right? Especially if you're a free-to-play player and you want to engage with any of the MTX stuff, you have to buy bonds to do that, yeah? And so if that's the case, then there are players right now who are spending some of their wealth to buy bonds to engage with the treasure hunter mechanic to try and last ditch level up some of their skills. Also, we're currently in the 2x window, which probably means that there's been a little bit of inflation on that as well, because people, again, trying to get access to some of that treasure hunter stuff in order to level up some of their skills. So we're probably at sort of a high right now as far as that stuff's concerned. But in the future, bonds are only really most buy as an investment to sell later when they rise, which they do because of inflation. Right. But there have been a few points where the sort of bottom has dropped out of that market. And I do think that we are coming to one of those points, because as soon as you can't engage with Treasure Hunter anymore, and it's just about buying your membership, then there becomes a much lesser reason. to engage with the bonds and to buy them. Oh, that took me to some random ass website. We don't care about that. There becomes much less reason to buy them. And so their prices will fall because the supply will drastically outweigh the demand. There is a mini game that gives you BXP that is used with the bonds. And is that going to continue to stay in the game? No, it is not used with the bonds. Okay. Probably a bit, but not much. I bet you it's pretty significant. I bet you when Treasure Hunter goes away. Now, again, I don't know very much about the monetization called stealing creations. Okay. I don't know a ton about the monetization. I haven't really engaged with it at all. I haven't looked into it very much. But it seems to me like bonds are pretty important to that monetization effort. And it seems like there are a lot of ways to use bonds. And it seems like they're taking out a lot of ways to use bonds. It wouldn't surprise me if they dropped by 30 to 50% in cost. Like overnight on January 19th. They're also high because how easy mains can earn GP. Do this boss for 5-6 million an hour. Through the years, you earn GP faster and easier, so prices go up. Sure. Absolutely. This was on the way to get... This was the only way to get BXP back before MTX. Oh, okay. So it'll be sticking around then. You know, I'm cool with that. I would be shocked if it's less than 30, William. I really would. Because it's just a question of supply and demand, right? It's not necessarily a function of how much currency we've made, because we already know that the market will bear that 160 as things stand right now. So if you take away, say, 30% of the reason to have bonds, right? If I lose 30% of my things to buy with bonds, then it stands to reason that 30% fewer bonds will be purchased, which will mean a significant drop in cost. Just got a rare drop from the Barrow brothers. Nice, congratulations. There's also Soul Wars, but that gives pure XP. Okay. I do want to get into some of the mini games. They do seem pretty cool. The mini game down at the Blast Furnace was pretty dope. I didn't really get to play because there was nobody else there. But, you know, I haven't really done any of this stuff where you, like, go around to different worlds that maybe have specific things going on in them. I haven't done any of that stuff. There's a bunch of interesting things that maybe I'd like to get involved in. But for now, we're just kind of slow leaking leveling up here. Is Twitch and YouTube still shared? Yeah, it should be. Are you all not getting the cross chat? Ah, that's because my Twitch is not connected because I changed my password yesterday. Sorry. Let's see. Twitch. Broadcaster account, log in. Log in. All right. It is now connected. All right. Start typing stuff. Somebody say something. See if it works. Yeah, yesterday, another streamer came into my chat and said that there was a bot running around, Need to be sure I'm the only one sending you on headache-inducing quests. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's working. For some reason, now it's telling me, because I shouldn't be showing up, but whatever. Yeah, seems like it's working. That's fine. We'll get it all worked out. Yeah, so yesterday when I had that problem where somebody was apparently, a bot was running around like advertising my channel. So just as a precaution, I went ahead and disconnected everything that was attached to my account and reset up my password. So I never reattached my Twitch to my streamer.bot, and that's why that was happening. Thank you for letting me know. Because we can't just have a normal ass day, can we? Leveling up my crafting. So we're going to take this crafting all the way up to 55. This 55 is where we get the ability to cut dragon stones, which is very important. I think. So we're trying to ultimately get everything up to 70. I think 70 is a good break point. I think that's where things start to get really fucking rough. So we're going to go crafting. We're going to do some wood cutting and some fletching. We're going to do some fishing and some cooking. We're going to do some herb lore. We're going to do some farming. We're going to do a bunch of just random shit that is unrelated to our combat, because it's all going to make our combat easier, right? We're going to do some summoning. Just going to get a bunch of stuff up. And then we'll start worrying about our combat, because this will allow us to die less, especially if we do the fishing and the cooking. So these are going to be an important one for us. But first, we want to get our crafting up so that we can make urns, so that we can have a nice, easy, speedy leveling experience. As speedy as we can. 20% is a lot of fucking XP. Best way to train summoning is through Slayer? Okay, cool. Oh, that's great. I love double dipping. Absolutely love double dipping. Do Slayer and that other at the same time? Why is this happening? I don't want to see those messages. There we go. Monsters drop charms that are used in summoning. Okay, sweet. Yeah, so we'll do Slayer before summoning then. We'll build up some of those charms. Then we'll start working on summoning, which I guess will end up putting us in the process of working on our combat. We're definitely going to go for summoning unicorns, or any other... Ooh, an easy sealed clue. We're going to go for summoning unicorns, or... Yes, Dungeoneering does have a charming imp. This is true. Um, one of the best items for the... Yeah, I think the imp and the other thing are the imp and the one for the bones for prayer, which I definitely want to get, and then there's another one. Well, he doesn't just pick them up, though, right? He picks them up and consumes them to give you summoning XP. I assume that you can do the same thing with the bones and the prayer then, right? Where you can just toggle it where it consumes it or not. Because if you can, that one's also hella good. It's all very exciting. I'm very excited. Can convert unwanted charms and spirit gems into summoning experience if the player chooses the option. Okay. Dope. Yeah, because so all I really care about with summoning is I want to get the healer. I want to get whatever the highest level healer I can get with summoning is the one that I want. Because that'll suit my playstyle the best. Because my whole goal in life is just to extend the fights and win through attrition. Bone Crusher always crushes, but in the Necro area, you can have a book that picks up bone. Okay. So many things to know. Bonesaw is ready. Ryan Goofia. Ba-da-da-dum-ba-dum. Ba-da-da-dum-ba-dum. Bum. Hey, only 3 more levels to go. We can make seaweed nets and Phoenix Slayer funeral pyres. Strong rune crafting urns. No, don't examine. Just craft them. So I didn't realize, but uncut gems, obviously, are worth more than cut gems. You know, because you want to cut them yourself for the XP. That might not be true later, right? Like I imagine the Hydrix gem is probably not more valuable uncut. Bones Coffee. The hell is Bones Coffee? I was saying a line from the old Spider-Man movies. I don't drink coffee because it's gross. And if you drink coffee, then you're gross. Get your kicks on Route 66. So I talk about this a lot, but my little brother is a barista. And not like I work at a Starbucks, I barely know what coffee is barista, but like a regional latte art champion kind of barista. And he loves coffee. And he loves learning about roasting coffee beans and where the beans come from. And he's got this whole thing going on with the coffee. And sometimes he'll bring home like special beans and stuff like that. He's got his nice little grinder and he'll grind them up and he'll make some coffee and, he'll get me to try it. And I have never, ever, ever tasted anything different about any of the coffees he's ever given to me. They all just taste like caffeinated dirt. I don't know if I just don't have the taste buds required to enjoy the subtlety of coffees, but it's just dirt to me. Bless his heart, he tries. He tries so hard. But I'm just a pleb at heart. None of that fancy dancy stuff. Like fancy alcohols and wines and stuff like that, where you're supposed to be able to taste all these aromatic flavors as you smell the beverage or whatever the fuck you're supposed to do with fancy wines and shit. Like, none of that stuff has any effect on me. It all tastes the same. It's all varying levels of sweet and dry. And that's all I get out of it. I believe the biggest scam ever is craft beers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Give me a Keystone. Give me some Natty Light. I'm good to go. Don't matter to me none. I am a barbarian when it comes to the finer things in life. I just can't be bothered. Thank God I don't need to bother with craft beers. Way too many good beers already. I mean, it's just all beer to me. Like, I can kind of... Obviously, you can taste a difference between significantly different types, right? Like light beers, amber beers, Hefeweizens, fucking IPAs, whatever the hell else they've got going on with the big main categories. And so my personal preference is an amber beer. But outside of that very broad description, like the cheapest one is where I'm at. It isn't all beer, but most of the time craft beers means amateurs tried something. That's true too. And I'm all about stuff like that, right? I'm not trying to knock those things. I don't think it's a problem that the rest of the world has. I think it's a problem that I have, that I just can't taste those subtleties. And so it's cool. Like, you want to go out there, you want to do some craft beer stuff, you want to put some lemon zest in your vat while you're doing, whatever to brew your beer. And if you can taste those subtle notes and it enhances the experience for you, fucking rock on, dude. Do your thing. I'm into it. But I'm really happy with the fact that none of that stuff affects me at all. because then I just get to have this very broad understanding, and I just get to go for the cheapest option, and it's fabulous. Saves me a lot of money, and I get the same, I get the same valuable experience. I still enjoy beer, but I don't have to go like out of my way to find this perfect beer that fits all of these subtle tones that I'd like to have. Publius 11. I don't know who that is, but Publius. It also means that I enjoy much more basic foods to a much higher degree. If my grandmother made Thanksgiving dinner, or if a 5-star chef made Thanksgiving dinner, I would probably enjoy both of those dinners equally. Because all of the subtlety of the stuff that the 5-star chef would do would just completely blow by me. I would never notice. I have the right country for it, thank God. I was born in Belgium. Oh yeah, for sure. A great place for people who drink heavier beers, I think. Most of the Belgian beers that I've experienced in my life seem to be those heavier, darker, thicker, like fucking beers, you know? Lagers, there you go. Zick for short. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Lager is definitely the word I was looking for. Or stout. Lagers and stouts, I think. Mostly what comes out of Belgium. In my limited experience. %5 better critical swings. Hell yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one. Give me that good. Heavier, yes, but equal in blonde or dark beers. Oh, okay. Personally, always blonde or red beers, amber beers even. If I'm being real honest, I like fruity alcoholic beverages. Like I'll drink a beer and I can enjoy a beer, but like I like a margarita or like a daiquiri even, something with some rum in it with some fruity flavors. I'm totally into that. Give me a good like apple cider. I'm down. Something sweet, you know? I got a mad sweet tooth. All the wines that I drink. So I come from New Mexico, and I don't know why New Mexico wines do this. But New Mexico wines are all like obscenely sweet, like drinking Kool-Aid. And I love the Kool-Aid wines. Let me tell you, they're so good. So good. Like a nice Moscato. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Gonna take your word for it. I mean, it's not for everybody. Not for everybody. I have a problem. And it's that I like sugary things way too much. Way too much. I feel like I've been pickaxing at this a lot longer. I feel like maybe I haven't been as focused on clicking the button this time around. So my guy's been mining a lot slower. So we're not filling up this bag nearly as fast as we normally do. Homeboy needs to pick up the pace here. Is that really as fast as you could swing that pickaxe? Are you supposed to be like this heroic champion? Swing a pickaxe like an old person. An old person with arthritis, dude. Get with it. Need to strengthen up that back. Not knocking it, but for some reason when my slightly buzzed, a bit of sugar hits my tongue. Fires off my gag reflex, which usually... Oh, that's gross. Yeah, definitely don't drink that. That's no fun at all. Also, really sugary beverages have a tendency to make hangovers a lot worse. Which is unfortunate. Because it helps, you know, dehydrate you and stuff. That and the fact that I'm old. So I don't even actually drink all that much anymore. Yeah, there you go. Guinness and dark beers for you. I mean, honestly, in that realm, there's a lot more to choose from, so at least you've got plenty of options. -5 degrees, and I want to go for a run. Well, just don't slip on any ice. That would be a really bad way to ruin your run there, bud. This is my first character, Zick. Yeah. Yeah, 12 days in. I do have another character that isn't an Ironman that I'm playing off stream. But yeah, this is pretty much it. Oh, I see. Well, then you should be all right. I mean, once you start pumping your legs and your arms and getting that run going on, you'll warm up. You'll be all right. Or you could skip it. Just curious, a lot of people don't start with Iron Man, so I was like, maybe he's alting. No, I tend to play by myself anyway. So I would have ended up playing mostly Iron Man. So I figured, fuck it. We did start hardcore. We did get ourselves murdered. Because I suck. So unfortunately, we've lost our hardcore status, but that's okay. I am thinking about getting rid of the Iron Man. I don't think that it'll necessarily change the way I play. Because I don't typically buy a lot of like gear and stuff like that. I tend to craft my own gear regardless. But it would give us the opportunity to sell some of our surplus and stuff like that. Iron Man streams are better anyway, otherwise it's 50% of the time. Let's go to the GE and buy stuff. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do a ton of that. Even if I was playing on the main, I would just go do my buying and selling and trading and stuff after. I like to engage in the markets, but it's not like my whole thing. You know, set up some buy orders, craft some stuff, sell it, make a little currency. Use that currency to buy consumables and stuff if I don't feel like making them. Specifically, I would like to maybe be able to get my membership through currency. That would make me very happy. I do certainly play enough that I think I could earn that much. And sell to general store, then low elk through magic, then high elk. Yeah, but the prices on that stuff are significantly lower. Significantly. I mean, like you said, the game has gone through 2 decades of inflation. Oh, I forgot to put my diamonds away. Can they go in the gem bag? Nope. But after years and years of inflation, and with the low elk and high elk price probably staying the same, or at least not getting updated equivalently, um, you know, your prices and stuff on that stuff are just not as good. All right, I'm going to let this dude mine here for just 1 second. I got to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. No, I went to go use the restroom real quick. But I'm back now. All right, so you can sell in general store. It's a lot of a reach around, but you can drop high valuables for a main character, which sells and buys the bond, which you can trade to your iron. You can trade bonds between your characters, like even the untradables. Because if you buy the bonds with gold, they're untradable, right? Even irons, that's crazy. I didn't know that. How do I do that?
Costs a few million to make it tradable again. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we might do some of that action then. That sounds like a good idea. Because I've got that other main character, so I can just do a bunch of farming and stuff on them to maintain this account. And then I don't have to give up my Iron Man status. Honestly, I could do it a really boring way too. So I've got 2 computers here. I wonder what the rules on wonder what the rules on running 2 accounts at the same time are in this game. Because I definitely could just like mine on 2 accounts in the evenings while I watch TV. Cool. That makes me want to do like a whole group Ironman run by myself. Oh no, then I wouldn't be able to interact with the markets, and that would defeat the whole purpose. Never mind. I guess what that means is, if I make a clan, is there any clan storage in this game? Could I maybe transfer stuff between my own characters in a clan easily? No clan storage. 5 Ironmans, 1 player, a lot of determination. That's right. Have 5 maxed out characters, all the part of 1 Iron Man. It would only take decades to get that done. Haven't done anything with clans in years. That's too bad. It'd be cool if there was even just a group currency storage. Would be nice. I understand that there are some situations where, you know, RMTers and stuff could use that to circumvent some of their detection maybe, but for those of us with obscene amounts of free time and lots of little bits of hardware, it would be nice. It would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older and we wouldn't have to wait so long? Clans get a clan citadel, but it requires maintenance, and Iron Man can't get the boost, so no Iron clans use the citadel. Okay, well, we'll just do things the hard way, I guess. That's fine. Definitely going to be looking into that, though. In fact, while we're sitting here, I'm going to go download Runescape on my other computer right now. So, for those of you who
maybe have multiple computers. There's this super dope program that I use to control my laptop and my main computer at the same time. This game was never a launcher game. Huh? Oh yeah, it used to be played in the browser. But that was like way back in the day. But there's this program called Mouse Without Borders. So if you have computers connected to the same local area network, you can just use the same mouse and keyboard on all of them across your LAN. It's really, really useful. No, I don't want the wiki. I just want RuneScape. Jagex launcher. Download. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum-dum. Guess I better put all my gems in my bag. Next. Next. Install. Dope. Isn't that convenient? I think that's convenient. Get everything all set up for when I get off of stream later. So we're 3 levels away. We are going to go all the way, well, more like 2 and a little bit. We are going to go all the way, like I said, to level 55 in the crafting. And then we will see about being able to get some higher tier stones. We're going to get rare stones. Now, in order to be able to get rare stones, we have to get some quests done. Let's see. Rare gem rocks that require 90 dungeoneering. We're definitely not doing that one. But there is another rare gem rocks somewhere. That requires less. Rare gem rocks. Here we go. We need to do the quest Lunar Diplomacy, which will take us out to the Lunar Island. So let's check. We'll show locked. We'll do it alphabetical. And then we'll go down to an L here. And we'll go to Lunar Diplomacy and we'll take a look. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Oh, this game hates me. So we have to get level 65 magic, level 55 woodcutting, 49 fire making, 61 crafting. I give up. I give up. This game just doesn't want me to be happy. I just want to push my crafting levels so that I can make freaking urns. That's all I want out of life, game. Give me my gosh darn urns. Yeah, so apparently we are going to go for 61 crafting instead of this other. Guess that's how it goes in the Wild Wild West. This fucking game, man. On the bright side, so this is also another fairly good strategy to combat RMT and stuff like that as well, is that there's only so far you can get in an account without spending a fairly significant amount of time and or in-game currency on that account. And so, you know, if they have any sort of decent word is hard. If they have any sort of decent detection or anything like that, and they can clear those accounts out fairly readily, then it definitely makes it harder to replace those accounts, which is good. Which is very, very good. But the solution that I was talking about earlier to people not necessarily wanting to do all of the quests again and maybe wanting a shorter version of some of the quests, like they had on Once Human, you could still very much do that same system because you have to have your account connected to a Jagex account, right? And so your Jagex account is how you allow for players on, you know, alternate characters and stuff to skip some of the quest lines by doing maybe an abbreviated version so that they don't have to spend time, you know, going through quests they've already done, reading story they've already done, stuff like that. And then if for any reason you ever banned the Jagex account, then you would still, those players wouldn't be able to just create new characters and go through the shorter versions because they'd have to be doing that on a Jagex account or on a new Jagex account, so they wouldn't have that ability. So I think that could still work. But I definitely see some value in creating shortened versions of some of the quest lines, just to help people get places, and maybe not even all the quests, right? Maybe just the quests that allow you access to regions would be good enough. So that way you could kind of go through the game how you want. Instead of, having to follow this same sort of linear path that you had followed before. I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about the community to know how the community would feel about something like that. Maybe everybody loves that the quests are there. But from what y'all have told me, it seems like the quests are kind of the biggest friction point for most players. Especially most longtime players. Even beyond things like agility being a really difficult skill to train and stuff like that. Seems like quests are kind of this pariah in the content of this game. So yeah, it looks like we're going for 61 in the old crafting. That'll probably take pretty much the entire stream. I don't see us getting too much further than that. What do we got? We got about 4.5 hours left. If we go all the way to the 8 hour. How else will we force a streamer to fix a 20-year-old zombie plague, a haunted house, find the lost treasure of backstory, and in a few days fix a 100-year-old feud? There's a pair of boots you can charge with feathers that will train agility passively, but I don't know if it's available for Ironman or not. Not for Ironman. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't personally, Zick, I don't necessarily mind the agility training. Again, I'm coming at this from a brand new, never done it before perspective. And so, like, I love the quests, right? William and some of the other people who watch have been sending me to go do some of the most ridiculous fucking quests. And they've been so much fun. Because I've never done them before, and the storylines in this game are actually pretty good. And so I don't mind doing that. The skilling in this game, I don't really mind, because there's cool things like, I run around that pyramid, and then that guy whistles at me, and then I go do some fun little mini game, and then, I maybe get like some pieces of my agility armor, and that's really cool. And, you've got some really basic gatherings and stuff like this mining or, chopping down trees or whatever. But for the most part, the skills are unique enough. And the passive and active systems for leveling them are interesting enough that in this first playthrough, there's not a lot of content that's causing me so much friction in this game that I'm not having fun. The question isn't really about... the thing that causes new players friction is that, like, for example, the quest system in this game is one of the most difficult things to interact with I've ever seen. Because the hints that it gives you, like a lot of the viewers have said, come from potentially decades ago when the quest was first made. And they haven't necessarily been updated properly for some of the new systems like the tool belt. And some different things like that. And so I think that's where new players meet their friction. But whacking this rock or running around an agility course isn't really friction for somebody who's never had to do it before. It's your longtime players that need, AFK skilling systems and stuff like that. Because they've been there, they've done that. 120 million XP on each of these stats is a lot. And so if you've already gotten there, and then you're doing it again, that sucks. But if you've never been there before, it's fine. Get 36 agility and 16 herb lore and do the one small favor. That will be ridiculous. I don't think I'm going to do that, William. The last time I did a quest that you said, I got locked in a haunted house with a blob monster that eats things and spent hours running around like an asshole trying to get out. I no longer trust your advice. In fact, it is my belief that you did that on purpose. No, the last one was Shiloh. That was the first I recommended. That's true. I do have a nice shiny ring. You're not wrong about that. And it was you who sent me over here to Shiloh, wasn't it? Why am I still letting you be in this chat? I'm going to put William on permanent mute. Every time you say stuff, my life gets ruined. Days. It took me multiple days to prepare for and complete this Shiloh quest. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I also have to kill some grot worms. I wonder if I'm able to go to the place where the grot worms are now. I know that there was some sort of quest or something I needed to complete, but it's possible I've gotten it done. Because I've had this Slayer quest forever. And I do want to do some Slayer. I do enjoy the Slayer. Do the quest Smoking Kills? Okay, nice. What is Smoking Kills? Do we still have this? No, we don't. Let's go alphabetical. Can I do it now? I mean, I'm not going to do it like right now. It doesn't look like I have the ability to do this quest at the moment. Let's go see what it takes. Smoking Kills. We need this. We need level 35 Slayer. Talk to Simona in her house in Polnivich. Sure. You'll need Cat Speak Amulet, a kitten or a cat, including overgrown, wily, lazy, or hellcat. Ghost Speak Amulet, earmuffs, and a face mask. Rewards. We get 5,000 Slayer XP, increased Slayer points for completing Slayer tasks, access to new Slayer Master and Dungeon in Polnivnich, and a Tomb of Cadillacs. Ability to construct combined Slayer items, and access to the Desert Slayer Dungeon mini quest. That's actually a pretty good one. A really, really good one. That's the kind of quest that I really like, because it gives so many things as rewards that allow me to open up the game some more. You know, there's a couple of different dungeons in there. We've got some different Slayer tasks. We've got increased XP gains. Like, that's some really valuable rewards right there. Trying to lure me away from the crafting grind. I mean, I got to get the crafting done, right? Because I got to be able to make those urns. The better the urns I can make, the better my life is. We are definitely going to make a bunch of every kind of urn. That's one of those things that I don't think I can have enough of. We're just going to want to be making urns. Going to make a bunch of the highest level I can of everything. And then we're literally not going to do any skilling without urns. We won't do anything without urns, right? We'll always carry some combat urns, right? So we'll always carry like Can you make combat urns even? We'll have to look into it. But we'll always want to have urns that we're going to be doing all the time, right? Like Con, attack, strength, defense. If they exist, we'll have these always with us. And then anytime we go out to do anything, right? If we're doing Slayer, if we're doing Dungeoneering, whatever we're doing. Oh, drop down box in the guide. You're right. That's great. Urns. Is there a... Let's do name A to Z. Nope, that didn't work. Alright, so we've got mining, cooking, fishing. What's an Imperious urn? Divination, hunter, woodcutting, smithing, runecrafting, farming. Are there any more cracks? Oh, okay, so there aren't a ton of urns, like at all. I thought there was an urn for everything. That's honestly kind of sad. Ah. Mining urn is the only one not worth the hassle? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? This gem bag is full.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm here to talk to you again. So I think as we're leveling up here, we're actually getting more of the higher tier gems, which I was not aware that that was a thing. But it seems like my gather rate of the higher tier gems is going up, and I'm getting less of the lower tier gems, which is cool. Because it's going to mean ultimately a little more XP. It looks like we are going to make it to 54 here. But it's going to get to a point here pretty soon where within one bag full of gems, I'm not actually going to get within one bag full of gems, I'm not actually going to get a whole level. We're going to have to start doing 2, I think, well before we get to level 61. So, just got to push through it. That's fine. Not a problem. Yeah, we need 15,000 now. Actually, we might not even be able to do it in one already. Goodness. So many gems to cut, so little time. That's a lot of cut gems, though. Unfortunately, the overall value of those isn't really all that high. Hopefully, they'll be extremely useful to me in the future. Because I don't think there's going to be a lot of point in selling them. So hopefully I'll be able to use them for stuff. Like those porters and shit. Water battle staff. Man, I'm so excited to see how they change combat in this game in the future. How they change these combat skills. I am so fucking excited for that. Gonna be so good. Tell you what though, I'm starting to feel a little peckish here. So I'm gonna go get a little food. And I'll be right back.
Alrighty, we back. I got some food. Food is so delicious in my belly. I tell you what, for such a small little cluster of rocks, this must be the densest accumulation of precious stones in any fantasy world ever. Because I've been over here mining these little rocks for hours. Hundreds of precious stones, and they're still here. They still look like I got millions of precious stones left. That's some densely packed stone right there. Delicious. We definitely need to start putting in some work. I don't know when I'm going to find the time. But our chat game is going to become more and more important to this channel if we're going to keep playing RuneScape. And the reason for that is, there's a lot of downtime activities in RuneScape. In fact, the entire game is kind of a downtime activity. Especially if you've gotten all the quests and stuff done, or all the quests that you need to get done. The game is primarily about skilling. You've got boss fights, you've got stuff like that that's fairly active, but lots of fishing, lots of cooking to prepare for those things. Just lots of crafting, lots of little stuff like that that requires a lot of sort of semi-AFK activity. And so we're going to do those things on stream. Obviously. Because we want to stream our 6 to 8 hours every day. And so in order to liven up the stream a little bit, I definitely want to get some more work done on the chat game. So that y'all have something to do as well. It'll liven up chat. It'll give us something to talk about that's dynamic and changing. I think it'll all in all be a good thing. And especially with Ironman, William, for sure. Because technically, I guess, if I was playing a main, I don't really need to do mining. I don't really need to do smithing. I don't really need to do crafting. I could just grind out levels, like combat levels, and then just go start killing bosses, right? With little to no. You don't until you need it for an unlock. Yeah, right. I guess some of the bosses are on some of the other islands and stuff, yeah. So I guess you do have to unlock quite a bit. Maybe there's just no way around it then. No way around it. The game's worried about me. It's telling me that I've been playing for a while, and I should consider taking a break from my screen. If only the game knew. If only the game knew. We're only about 25% of the way through our gaming day today. Maybe 33. We'll call it 33. We've been playing for about 4 hours. We'll probably play for about 12 hours today. Get some good stream time in, and then, wind down with a little off-stream gaming. while we also watch TV. Because we can't just be playing a video game. Either we have to be playing the video game and streaming, or we have to be playing the video game and watching TV. What I should be doing is playing the video game and watching other RS3 streamers and like interacting with their chat and being a part of the community. But I don't wanna. I really don't like watching streams. Which is just so weird, considering how much I enjoy streaming. Don't make no damn sense. Ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-da-da-da-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum. I also have the tendency to just watch like the same TV shows over and over again. Which admittedly is a little weird. I don't know why I started doing it, but like 4 or 5 years ago, I just started watching TV shows on repeat. All right, more gems. Let's go. Where are we at? We almost hit level 55 there, which almost gives us the ability to cut Dragonstone. That's a really interesting one because it's one of the few situations that I can think of where the resource that I'm making isn't increasing in value over the item that it was made out of, right? So these uncut gems worth way more than their cut versions. I guess these emeralds are not necessarily, but the diamonds certainly are. Right, you're looking at 860, and when they get cut, they're only worth about 500. So you're reducing the value of those. Which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It is nice, though, to know that there's a way that I could make some currency that sort of skips that step. That crafting step. Because I could just... I could just put these in here. Right, just sell them at 800 a pop. That's not too bad, honestly. Let's see. 860. I'm making, let's say, 1 a minute. So 860 times 60. Okay, that's only 51k per hour. So that's actually pretty shit. Never mind. It's actually incredibly shit. Oh my goodness. I don't want it anymore. There must be a better way. Of course, I guess, we're Iron Man. This is probably the best way. Doesn't matter if it gives us any XP or any gold. It only matters if it gives us XP. I'm honestly really excited about the prospect because I have 10 million gold on my non-Iron Man character, maybe 11. Just from crafting arrowheads as I level up my mining and smithing. And so I'm actually really excited about the prospect of getting membership with that character. And then, or getting bonds with that character. And using them for this character's membership. Honestly, a super, super cool concept. Maybe we can get... Are there any, like, skins and stuff that are super cool? Am I not able to access the marketplace? Ah, pets, clothing, much more. Okay, this is the one that I want anyway. Oh, this is a website. Bullshit. Why does it keep closing these? Strange. Boop, boop, boo, ba-doo-doo, boo. Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Pickaxe the rocks and get the gems. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Big-a-doo bop. Big-a-doo bop. Big-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-dig-a-doo bop. Boop. Put the gems in the bag. All right. Multitasking like a motherfucker. Within the sound of silence. Thriller, thriller night. How long does it take after getting to Dragonstone before I can get to whatever the next one is? It'll say cut as the first word, I believe. Man, there are so many things that get crafted using just the base crafting skill. Cut moonstones, level 67. So we're going to be getting pretty close to being able to even cut the next one. By the time we get to 61, we'll be about halfway there. Actually, we'll be exactly halfway there. Which isn't really halfway there, it's just halfway there in levels. But still. Why did I try and put my gems in my ore box? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would the gems go in the ore box? Gems go in a little bag. Big chunks of ore go in a box. Don't even make no dang sense. Go crazy. Ah, oh baby. Oh baby. I feel so bad for y'all to be subjected to my stream of consciousness. Because this is what's going on in my brain right now. Right. Everything that you're hearing, like every song that I sing or anything like that, just popping into my head. I'm just letting it out. Nobody should be subjected to the unfiltered stream of what goes on in my brain. Because it's super random. There's no rhyme or reason for it. It just jumps in there. It just popped in there. What just popped in there? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. What did you do, Ray? What did you do? Stay close. Stay close. And get her! That was your plan? Get her? I haven't seen the old Ghostbusters movies in so long. So long. We wore out a tape when I was a little kid of the original Ghostbusters movie. Just wore that bad boy all the way out.
So I forget whose character is. That's this 120 bank stand character. But I think they're actually just bank standing. Because they keep logging out and then logging back in. And so something I've noticed while I'm watching TV and not really paying attention to my game after streaming is done is that I can hear the music from the intro screen is like a lot louder and a lot more obvious than like the rest of the volumes from the game. And so I think that person is actually just standing in front of the bank doing other stuff. And then they hear that audio and they go in and they like log their character back in. And then they just stand in front of the, yep, there they go. 120 bank stand logged out. And they're going to log right back in. Watch this. Yep, there they go. I seriously think that's what's happening. I think they're just fucking chilling in front of the bank, going about their day, just showing off their character. That's good stuff. What world are you in? Oh, you're in level or World 4 too. Maybe we should try and figure out where they're at. What does trail mean? No idea. Figure out where they're at and go watch them bank stand. We're going to keep our eyes over here, though. Because I'm willing to bet it's going to happen again here in just a few minutes. Because you only get, 5 to 15 minutes or whatever, depending on your membership status and stuff, before it auto logs you out. I think you get what, 5 minutes base before it auto logs you out. You get an extra 5 for being Iron Man. And then you get an extra 5 for being a member, so you can sit around for 15 minutes before it bounces you out of the game. So I don't think 120 Bank Stand is an Iron Man character. So it probably has 10 minutes. Shouldn't take too long. I didn't know what that character's name meant for the longest time, because I didn't know what bank standing was. It's also a really weird activity to do. Like I've played this game so much, I'm so good. I'm just gonna stand here so everybody can stare at me in awe. Yep, there they go again. And they're just straight logging all the way out. Yeah, now they're logged back into the lobby. Now, there they go, logged in. Oh. Now where'd they go? Still says they're logged. Oh, 106. Oh, okay. So maybe they like picked a different... Maybe they're going to a bunch of different worlds or something. I don't know.
Pretty gosh darn funny, though. Pretty gosh darn funny. One of these days, that'll be my whole stream, right? We'll get everything all maxed out. We'll 100% all the quests. Just 100% the game. And then all of the streams will just be bank standing. We'll just be chilling. I won't even leave any of the screen open. Right, we'll just make all of these windows really huge, cover up the whole screen. It'll have, you know, my skill window will be up there, and my character will look all dope. I'll just have them right up there. We won't even do anything. We'll just sit here. Figure it'll take us about a week to complete everything, right? 120 all skills, complete all quests. We can do it in a week. No problem. How much XP do we have? 2.5 mil total XP. That actually kind of feels good, if I'm being honest. Zanatani. Yo, we've seen this Zanatani the Gray Person around a bunch. I see him all over the place. They'll be at the smithing area where I'm at. They'll be apparently out here in the middle of nowhere. It's actually kind of crazy. That's the thing about MMOs that I think is the coolest, though. Is you start recognizing people just like being around. I don't even care. I've never interacted with Zanatani before. I don't know who Zanatani is. They're just some nerd playing video games somewhere very far away from me. But I've seen them doing a number of different activities. Oh, there goes 120 bank stand. Logged out again. And back in.
Oh, that shit makes me so happy, dude. That's so funny. That is so funny. My gem bag is full. Oh, they logged out way quicker that time. Oh, and they went over to Europe World. They've been in Canada. They've been in Germany. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. Gem bag is full. You know what would be some great functionality for your inventory that would make banking super duper fast? Would be if you could lock items so they wouldn't transfer out of your bank. And then when I would go to the bank, I could hit, take all. And it wouldn't give up these items that I want to keep in there. And that'd be pretty nice. I mean, I already have the ability to just all move individual types of items. So it's not really that big of a deal, right? Like that was just 3 clicks to get all of those items out of my inventory. But it'd be nice, just to be able to boop, click, and done. Let's see, where we at? We got 9K to go, so we might get to 56K this time. Or might get to level 56 this time. We're at almost 200,000 on crafting XP, which makes it our 3rd highest skill. Yeah, it's our 3rd highest skill. That's pretty good. Craft some more gems. Craft some more gems. Crafting all the gemmy gems. Craft. Bop, bop. Oh. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da. I've been living for the weekend, but no, not anymore. here comes that familiar feeling Friday's screaming for. Oop, bank stand logged out again. And they log back in. This has become my own little metagame. Is watching this person log in and out over and over again. I wish I remember who they were, like who their stream or Twitch ID or whatever was. It's going to take another 19,000 to finish that. Gross. It's funny to me that I'm able to cut Dragonstone. But I can't go to any of the places to mine dragon. Oh, well, I guess if I had 90 dungeoneering, then I could go mine Dragonstone without having to have greater than level 55 crafting. But if I want to get to like the normal place where I would go, or the easiest place, I guess, where I would go to get Dragonstone, I would have to have more than 55 crafting to do it. Which is hilarious to me. Hilarious. So hilarious to me. Freaking hilarious. Shoot, it might be like 10-minute power nap time. I don't know why I'm suddenly so sleepy. Just leave the stream up. That's something I don't take advantage of nearly enough. Only job in the whole world where you could fall asleep for 10 or 15 minutes and it wouldn't even matter. I have to remember, I don't have a boss. I just get to do whatever I want. That's what I really should do. Make some recordings of me just babbling about shit. And then just like turn them on and take a nap. I dig it. It is probably going to start taking us more than one trip per level of crafting here. I don't think we're going to get 18k from cutting all these gems. Which does mean that this is going to start taking quite a bit longer. We've only got 5 levels to go. So we're probably looking at, I don't know, 10 more trips, 12 more trips. Hopefully something like that. This is definitely not the best way to go about getting crafting leveled up. There are some other things that can be done that I think will probably yield more resources or more XP per resource or per time. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. What are some of the other things we could be making? Yeah, definitely some of these robes and stuff would be pretty valuable in the XP department. And they are fairly easy to get the resources and stuff for, and they have multiple levels where they're gaining XP from crafting, right? You've got... well, and I guess so that's the other thing, is if I was making necklaces and stuff out of these, I'd be kind of double dipping. Of course, then I'd have to also be gathering up gold. But still. But so if you were crafting clothes or something like that, you have, you know, you get the yarn or you get the wool or whatever off the sheep, and then you turn it into whatever. And that step right there where you turn it into cloth also require or gives you XP. And then you turn that cloth into the item and then you get more XP. And so probably that's more XP efficient as far as XP per time. But I think this is going to ultimately end up being better for me. I don't know much about the porters, but they seem like a really valuable way to utilize some unique resources.
I know in the future you get like some auras and stuff like that that allow you to do some things more efficiently. And during those times, you don't want to be going back to banks and stuff like that to try to put things away so you can keep going. You want to be able to just go the whole time. So for stuff like that, probably having some porters and stuff is going to be important. But just generally trying to make my time more efficient with that. You know, the nearer your expectation, the more you slip sliding away. There we go. I just got some random ass achievement for staying at maximum stamina for 60 seconds. That was really funny. My sick 4-tick trick.
Dude, I wish I had this many gemstones in real life. That'd be dope. The humdrum life of a gem miner. Tink. Tink. I don't know what else to talk about. I'm running out of things to say. Whoops. Do dip da do dip da do da do da dip. Ooh. Bank stand is still over here logging out and in all over the place. What a goofy little fucker. I see you, bank stand. Going all over the place. All these different places, trying to flex and show off. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. We do. We know exactly what you're up to. can't wait until it gets cold enough outside that people stop going outside. And then they won't be outside my door being loud. Or not my door, my window. And that'll really just improve the quality of my day. Every day. If I'm being honest. Sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat in your ear there. Thought I hit the mute button. It didn't work. Did not work. We're awful. Right, take back out 25 of them. Craft them up. Yeah, craft's going good. Going real good. We're going to be 57 here this time. And we'll just have 4 more levels to get. Then we'll be old 61 there. Then we can start working towards the other things that it's going to take us to get to rare. I think it's best, even though there are other things, like I'm going to have to get, I think, 65 magic to get to where I can get the rare gems or whatever. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then use rare to get crafting the rest of the way up to 70. Even though I was going to kind of put off a lot of the combat stuff until, you know, it was time. You get quite some unlocks through those quests beside the rare gem run. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some good stuff going on there. So, but the primary goal is I want to get everything to 70. And I want to do it one at a time, because if I start doing too much random shit, then I'm going to get lost again. And I don't want that. So I think crafting is the best next thing for me to be getting. And then I'll pick something else, probably like fishing and cooking. And then I'll just bang those through to 70. And then, you know, we'll get like wood cutting and fletching we'll do together. And so anytime something comes up that's sort of interrupting that path, I want to do whatever I have to do to get back on the path that I'm on, instead of letting that sort of waylay me into some sense of randomness. And then once I get everything to 70, that should give me a pretty good spot to get everything to 80, to get everything to 90. Fish and cooking together are indeed very standalone, no quest locks. Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring, was that they would be pretty easy to do.
without having to worry so much. Which I like, and it makes me happy. Maybe if you want to fish decent soul, you need desert quests, but only slightly better than swordfish. So far from essential. Okay. I have done a few of the desert quests. I assume you're talking about doing the quests that take you all the way into like this city and stuff. Because I've done like the 2 Al-Kharid quests that are kind of follow the storyline of Aladdin a little. Or I guess they don't follow the storyline of Aladdin, but they have some very Aladdin-esque call-outs and stuff that are pretty funny. So I've gotten both of those done. There are some more in there, I'm sure, but Stolen Hearts and Diamond in the Rough. Okay, yeah, no, I haven't done those yet. I don't think. Maybe those are the 2 I've done. I don't know. I have them cleared. Let's do... just show completeds. Okay, well, it doesn't want to just show... oh, show quests. Show completeds. Let's do them in alphabetical. I don't know. Those names don't... oh, no, it was. Yeah, Diamond in the Rough. And Stolen Hearts. Yeah, those were the ones I done. Just didn't remember the names. Just didn't remember the names. Oh, nice. Well, we'll be good to go then. Should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy peasy, huh? Easy peasy. That'll be nice. Even though the swordfish, like you say, or the desert soul, aren't necessarily way better. Since I'm gonna be doing the Ironman thing, it's probably best to go out of my way to get the best possible thing that I could. I mean, it's just one quest. It's a quest I'm gonna end up doing anyway. So it would be silly not to just go ahead and complete it and go down there. 1450. Yeah, but I mean, I'm still gonna be doing it anyway, so might as well. Might as well do it at that time instead of later. It'd be terrible to be running around doing stuff and then die because I didn't have 50 extra hit points. What a stupid way to die. Almost as stupid as the way I lost my hardcore status. I guess I kind of have to remember that too, though, as I'm not even hardcore anymore, so I guess it doesn't really matter. It's a level 52 fishing only, so no worries. Oh, nice. I mean, if you won't fall into a depression from another quest. So, the questing hasn't been causing me my problems with depression. It's been the other thing that's been happening. We just happen to be questing most of the time. And so, like yesterday, I had to quit super early. And it had nothing to do with the Shiloh quest. I was actually enjoying the Shiloh quest. But just knowing that somebody was out there, like, promoting my stream or my channel on other people's streams and using a bot and the implications it might have had for my account and my Twitch stuff. I really don't like it when people get in the way of my business and my, me trying to live my life. It causes me a lot of problems. But it doesn't really have anything to do with the quests. I enjoy the quests, even if I talk shit about them while we're doing them. But I definitely don't have the resilience to be dealing with other stuff and then also get a little frustrated by a quest. That's usually kind of the end of it for me. My mood swings pretty hard, if I'm being honest. But that's okay. Something I know about myself, so when we get in those situations, we just take a step back. Usually a good night's sleep is all it takes. And then I'm back to being my same old chipper self. be sit-up time again. Should probably get me a standing desk. Or like an adjustable, something that's real quick, just pop it up, pop it down. Maybe that's something I'll do one of these days. Good for the circulation to stand up from time to time. Probably need to get back to swinging around my mace bell a little bit too. I don't typically like normal forms of exercise. I'm a pretty big fan of free weights. I've never really gotten into lifting and stuff like that. That's never really been my thing. But free weights at least leave for a lot of options for some high range of movement type activities. But a few years ago, I picked up a mace bell. And it's basically a big barbell. And it's only got a weight on one end of it. And it's really light. It's only like 10 pounds. But because of, the leverage of that weight being way out there on the end, I mean, it's a good, I don't know, like 3 or 4 foot long pole with a 10-foot weight on the end. And so there's lots of cool little things you could do, swinging it around and stuff like that. Every now and then I get into it a little bit. I learned some little like flow routines. Spin that bad boy around. But it's pretty fun. Of all the different ways I've exercised in my life, it's one of the most enjoyable. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We're up to level 75 mining. That's 2 levels in mining we've gained today. What do we got? One of the requirements for Plague's End. One of the requirements for Nomad's Elegy. Higher critical swing against Necrite and Phasmatite. Higher chance of finding Geodes. Trahearn Gem Rocks. Sapphire to Dragonstone. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. So I could also go this route. I could do the Plague's End. No, 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 no. Look up the Rex for Plague's End. Okay. This will be fun. LMNOP. Plague City. Plague's End. Alright. Quest series. So I need to do Within the Light, Catapult Construction, and Making History. Oh no, 75 Agility, Crafting, Construction, Dungeoneering, Herb Lore. Prayer, Range, Summoning. Oh my God. Oh, and you have to defeat multiple 107 enemies. Oh, is it a total of 12 quests? So to get to these other quests, I would have to do, yeah, morning and, okay. 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 So that takes me over to this area, though, yeah? Yeah. I do want to be able to get over here. I did know that this was going to be kind of a later... Yeah, okay. That's cool, though. I like that. That makes me pretty happy. We're definitely going to be getting after that. And it falls in line pretty well with my strategy to get everything up to 70 and then take everything beyond there. Maybe I'll take everything to 75 instead of 70 and then go to like 80. And that'll just get us into the elf area. I think that elf area looks like it's probably going to be pretty valuable because it seems like maybe there's some easier gathering and stuff over there. Let's say Dragon Slayer is the ultimate quest to end the early game, and Prip is the ultimate quest to say you're past the mid game. Okay. Okay, so I need to do Dragon Slayer. So what you're saying is that there's a quest line that I should be focusing on. So what is Dragon Slayer? Let's go look at Dragon Slayer. Let's go see what some of those are. Because if that's like the early game one, then that's probably what I should be focused on now. So instead of going towards level 70 or 75, let's go towards some of the requirements of an unfired bowl, a wizard's mind bomb, a crayfish cage or lobster pot, a piece of silk, 2,000 to 12,000 coins, less if you bring telekinetic crab runes, and a non-melee weapon, 3 regular planks, and 90 steel nails. Need to defeat a level 63 dragon, a level 56 demon, level 39 mage, and various lesser foes. 50 plus in combat skills, 37 plus in prayer are recommended. Okay, so I'm not actually all that far from being able to do this one. If I'm being honest. It isn't a long quest line, but it was the quest that said you're done is free to play. Time to go members. Also such an iconic quest. Cool. Well, we'll be getting into that. Actually, since I have to get to level 65 magic in order to move on to the next set of crafting, then we might be getting into that one sooner rather than later. Yeah, I did say that I was going to need a non-melee weapon. I don't know if that's because it's difficult to kill the boss or kill the enemies with melee, or if it only needs me to have just any level of non-melee weapon. Like any old bow and arrow would do. But since I have to level up magic anyway. One thing to Dragon Slayer with melee. An old janky mechanic reduces non-melee damage by 90%. Oh, okay. The non-melee is to murder something through a cell door. Got it. Okay. Well, then I'm already there, because I'm already using melee. Whoops. The suggested needs to be slayed in melee, but never actually say it bit. Like the chisel. Got it. Fucking nerds. Leaving out important shit. Leaving out important shit. There were only 6 original quests in the game. That's kind of crazy. That's actually really crazy. I was not aware of that. Spino leather chaps. I'll have to look in and see what those 6 quests are. I imagine I've probably already done 1 or 2 of them. I assume they also stretched throughout the entire game in the original game. Order by release. Release date. Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dragon Slayer's not in there though. Dragon Slayer's way down here. So I've only got 4 more quests to go for the first year. That's nice. We're going to clear that bad boy. We're going to clear that for show. I did. It was not a terrible quest. That was the first quest ever? Okay. Dope. That one was actually not a bad quest. Because it introduced you to a couple of different things. And it also didn't feel like it was terribly difficult to follow along with. I didn't ever feel like I was super lost. Even though the blue area that it showed was like the entirety of Lumbridge. It didn't feel like I couldn't figure it out. They did update it with the blue areas, and so, yeah, I mean, they updated it with a blue area, but that blue area was like somewhere in Lumbridge, which seeing as how small the map was back then, that was like somewhere in this, quarter of the entire map. It could be there. But I mean, it was easy enough to find where the chickens are and where the cows are, and I mean, it was nice. It gave you a nice little idea. It's definitely a good first quest. I like it. Give you a good idea of where some stuff was, what kind of resources you might get from the different animals and stuff. Forced you to interact by using the bucket with the cow so that you could fill the bucket up with milk, which showed you how some of the interaction and stuff happened. I mean, it's a good little tutorial quest. I liked it. Introduce you to a little bit of crafting by getting you to go in and cook. I sure did dig it. But I mean, honestly, and I'm sure that some of these older quests probably felt much better, like the Shiloh quest probably felt much better in its original version because you didn't have, the tool belt and stuff kind of interrupting and interfering with things. The quests in this game, in my experience so far, are all pretty solid. There is a little bit of frustration to be had, but... And I'm prone to... Was it always a hard one? Yeah? Okay. Well, then I don't feel so bad for it kicking my ass. That one and the second Violet quest. Where I couldn't figure out where to throw that stupid dude from. The impling. That was obnoxious. It was rage-inducing. I don't think we're going to make it to 61 today. I don't even know if we're going to make it to 60. We are getting our butts kicked by time itself. Like Dormammu in the first Doctor Strange movie. Just stuck in a time loop of pain. Jagex, I'm here to bargain. Groundhog Day of Pain. I feel like all of the best games, like all the games I've really enjoyed playing, games like Ark, MMO games that I've enjoyed in the past, games like Path of Exile, all have one very important thing in common. And that is people who play them with any sort of consistency all talk shit about the game and just how bad it is. Like, Ark is just this busted pile of garbage that never works and is glitchy as fuck. And 99 times out of 100 when you die, it's just the game's fault and there was nothing you could do about it. And everybody who plays it hates it. I have almost 6,000 hours in that game. Or like this game, I mean, you've got 20-year vets who have just been playing this game and playing this game and playing this game. And then it's just nothing but shit talk. Oh, and this over here is broken. It's been broken for 20 years. It never works. Here's how you get around it. But it's broken. Best kind of games. That's another good comparison right there. I really should try that game. I'm just gonna kind of wait for Anvil Empires though. I think Anvil Empires is gonna be more my speed. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. For sure. Yeah, I'm not necessarily. So I like traditional MMOs. I grew up on traditional MMOs. I played Dark Age Camelot. I played Final Fantasy 11. I've done a lot of that stuff. And so I do like traditional MMOs, but because of how long I've been playing MMOs, I am not looking for the next best traditional MMO. That is not my goal at all. What I really want is the next best evolution of MMOs. Because I don't think that the traditional MMO really has a place in modern gaming. At least it shouldn't. Because there's a lot of things that are really, really wrong with traditional MMOs that existed because of, hardware that couldn't keep up, or, because we were just doing our first iteration of a lot of systems. And I harp on it a lot, but one of the things that bothers me the most about traditional MMOs is the gathering and crafting systems are still the fucking same. We haven't had an update to gathering and crafting since RuneScape, right? We're still using old school RuneScape as our template for gathering and crafting systems. And this is not entertaining. I mean, it's kind of entertaining. It's something you can do sort of AFK. And so maybe we could incorporate like this, and RuneScape has kind of tried to do that, right? They have more active versions and more AFK versions. So you could have more and less active versions of gathering, and that would probably be fine. But this can't be, if you're making a modern MMO, a bunch of menus and some static spawns for your gatherables and your crafting system just doesn't fucking cut it. Right? You have to evolve that in some way. So I'm excited about RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I haven't played any of it because I'm not gonna buy an early access game. But I'm totally looking forward to RuneScape Dragon Wilds. As long as they've got something, as long as they've got something new to bring to the table, you know. I'm a little afraid that it's going to end up being a little too Ark. The grind in Ark is a little too much for me, I think, and the gathering system in Ark is a little too boring. The crafting system in Ark is really boring, which is too bad because that's kind of an important part of the game, but it's all just menus and bullshit. The building system in Ark was really cool and really new when it first came out, so I don't fault them for that. The dino catching system in Ark, and they've done a good job of continuing to update how you tame dinos in Ark by coming up with lots of different taming methods and stuff like that. One of the things that has always kept me going back to Ark, despite some of the stuff that their publisher, I forget what their publisher's name is, but despite some of the things that their publisher have done as far as monetization that makes me really flippin' mad, I've continued to go back to Ark, and it's almost entirely because they've continued to evolve how you tame creatures in that game, and they now have some really, really cool taming methods. And so, if you had something like that in Dragon Wilds, if you continue to evolve things, it's all about evolving things. There's never going to be a time where the way it was done 20 years ago is the best, right? It's not even reasonable to think that might be true, because there's no way we get it right on the first try, right? There's no way we got it right on the second try. It's unlikely that we're going to have the best iteration of any of our systems in video games for thousands of years, because, we're inhibited by our own imaginations and by the state of our hardware. And so if all you're going to do, I'm all about copy paste, right? I'm all about take a system out of another game and port it into a new game. But if you're going to do that, do something new with it. Gotta be evolving the systems. The thing that's really upsetting me was some modern stuff. Apparently in Where Winds Meet, they do have an LLM that's like attached to some of their NPCs, so you can just straight up talk to their NPCs. At least some of them. And they have context. They play characters. They know what their character is. They have context of previous conversations, stuff like that with you. But that's not really an interesting use of an LLM. In fact, it's kind of a boring use of an LLM. It doesn't use that technology in a way that couldn't be used outside of the game. And so it's just kind of boring. Because who gives a crap, right? Combat is honestly one of the few places that we've consistently been making advancements and evolutions. You know, we went from Runescape, click the enemy, watch your guy fight, no skills, just basic attacks, to very quickly, right? We got WoW and its tab target skill system. And then we started getting action combat systems, and then, things just kind of snowballed out of control. And now we have these really, really good action combat systems like BDO and New World and, all these really good action combat sort of first-person shooter-esque MMO combats. But everything else has really stagnated. We've gone out of our way to like evolve combat and evolve graphics, and people forget that those are only two pieces of the pie. That there's so much more to an MMO game. We haven't really been evolving social dynamics. If anything, we've been devolving social dynamics in MMOs. Because we keep trying to sandbox our social dynamics. I hope on an advancement of the Horizon combat style. Love the different parts you could shoot and destroy. Yeah, absolutely. Or like the Borderlands, right? Because Horizon is very much like the old Borderlands style where you could shoot different parts of the machines and they would like break off and you could actually like blow their arms off and stuff. Or, that's very similar to Monster Hunter for sure. But they are coming out with a Horizon Zero Dawn MMO, which I'm, again, very excited about because it's a new IP that has some pretty unique mechanics that if, again, they iterate on and, sort of change for the MMO space, could be a lot of fun. So I'm hopeful for that. Although I'm pretty sure it's NCSoft, and at this point, I mean, after Throne and Liberty, after Ion 2, like, I don't even know why NCSoft is still making games. They're so bad at it. But it sounds like it will be a miss. Yeah, I mean, there are just some companies out there that you just can't trust them. They're so bad. Gonna be designed. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with mobile MMOs at all. I don't have a problem with. Next to that, there's also the new IP of Horizon with multiplayer. Oh, that's interesting. But I think mobile accessible MMOs just make MMOs more accessible. And I don't necessarily think with advanced as phones and stuff are nowadays, yeah, that might be true. Well, and so that's kind of a problem for me is with as advanced as phones and stuff are nowadays, just make it so that the game needs a controller attached to your phone. Because that's not an outrageous expense. But as soon as you incorporate controller controls, you can have such a more complex UI and control scheme for your PC port for keyboard and mouse. And so instead of trying to make it touchscreen controllable, and I think that's where the big miss is they try and make it touchscreen controllable and just take that away. Don't even let touchscreen activate anything on the game. Yeah, RS3 and OSRS are mobile, but that is made for PC and adjusted for mobile. Reverse sounds very sketchy. And then with NCSoft, half the Horizon fans already checked in. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely the problem. And I don't think you would lose very many mobile customers if they were required to have a controller. In fact, I would assume that most people who play lots and lots of games on their phone probably have controllers because there's lots of them out there. They're very useful. They make holding the phone for long periods of time much more comfortable because they've got like good grips and stuff because it's not a phone, it's a controller. So ergonomically it's better. I mean, nobody is spending 5 hours at a time playing a video game on a phone without something to hold with their hands. Right? You'd have arthritis tomorrow if you did that. Your whole world would be fucked up. So make it require a controller, put some good controller controls in there. Hell, make it require a controller on PC. I mean, I want to use my keyboard and mouse, but if I absolutely had to, I'd get a controller for a good game that had good controller controls. Absolutely. But, yeah, and then you just, you way scale down the graphics. Or honestly, don't way scale down the graphics. Because phones are powerful enough that they play some pretty high-end games. Right? The graphical capabilities of your phone is not that bad. And so I would even accept sort of phone graphics on a PC version of the game. But that's because I want more people to have access. Me playing 5 hours of Pokemon Go last week. Well, there you go. I've never played Pokemon Go, which honestly makes me kind of sad. I should have played some Pokemon Go. But it came out while I was like on deployment when I was in the Navy. And then by the time I got back, some of the hype had kind of died down. And I just never really got into it. Which is too bad. But yeah, so I would even accept like phone tier graphics on my PC because I want it to be accessible, right? So one of the things that esports games really gets right that MMO games just keep fucking up and they keep doing it over and over and over again. And it's making me rage. Is that they understand that the majority of people who play video games on fucking toasters. Right? I am streaming. I have played video games for my entire life. I am a hardcore 10-hour-a-day gamer. My rig has a 1050 Ti in it. Most people are playing on hand-me-downs. They're playing on used They're playing on old hardware that's extremely cheap. I love my toaster too. Absolutely. It lets me play video games. I'm happy. But there are so many games out there, especially in the MMO genre. It's like, look at all these graphics we have. If you don't have, a 5080 Ti, your rig will explode. And so there's like 3 people on the entire planet who can play that game. You're not making any money off of 3 people. That's not how that works. So make a game for phone. Force the people who are playing on phone to use a controller. Giggledorp. This person's name is Giggledorp. Force the people who are playing on phone to use a controller. Right? Port the same graphics over to your PC. And then let anybody who can, anybody who's got a smart fridge can play your game. And you will have so many more players. My favorite joke is PC gamers laughing that PC is stronger than PS5 and then get mad if you ask if their PC is stronger. Yeah, I mean, because it isn't, right? And we've got to get out of that. It's so bad. It's so bad. Because all of those people who play, PlayStation, most of those people have, or at least back in the day, before smartphones and, tablets and stuff like that became as popular as they are now, there was a good 5 to 10 year span in there where PC gaming should have taken over because you needed a computer for surfing the internet, right? You needed a computer for all kinds of stuff. The Steam machine is out of control good. I'm so excited about the Steam machine. I'm gonna get one. I think they had exactly the right, and I watched a little video on, the comparison of those specs to the comparison of, average gamers and stuff like that. And I didn't realize how much data that apparently Steam has on all the rigs of all the players who play games on their platform. And so they absolutely leveraged that information in an extremely intelligent way. To set things up so that most people can use it. Same PS5 here, but I think instead of PS6, it will be the Stream Machine. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be such a good machine. And I'm excited about their VR headset too. If for no other reason than the fact that I would want to use their VR headset as my monitor and just straight up wired connect it to the Stream Machine. Or the Steam Machine. And that's something I've wanted for a long time, is a wearable monitor. I think that would be dope. Block out, put my headphones on, throw a wearable monitor on, and just like block out the whole world. Just play my video games. That's what I'm talking about right there. I would forget that the rest of the world existed, honestly. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I think, and the other thing that's so good about the Steam Machine is the focus on, even though it's running Steam OS, even though, it's designed to be almost this Steam-centric console, the fact that it is just a computer, and they didn't lock it down so that you couldn't load a different operating system on it, like load it with Windows, and just use it as a Windows machine. Too many times hardware gets sort of locked into an ecosystem, into a software ecosystem, and that's so useless. So useless. Don't lock your hardware into software ecosystems. It's why I don't have an iPhone, right? Why would I get an iPhone when I can only use things made specifically for iPhones then? Like, that's dumb. That's super dumb. Yeah. Yeah, well, in all modern consoles, right, if you look at the specifications of a PlayStation or an Xbox or whatever, we keep having this conversation about console wars, but those are computers, right? They're desktop computers. They're just desktop computers that have really, really specific operating systems and are really, really locked down so you can't do anything with them. But consoles haven't been consoles since, pretty much since the first Xbox came out. Back in the day you had like a Super Nintendo or an NES. They were fairly cheap, compared to PCs, compared to even baseline PCs. They only ran video games. They ran things off of cartridges, right? There was no downloading. There was no internal save. It was all done on your cartridge. Right? They were significantly different pieces of hardware designed for significantly different operations. But as soon as the Xbox came out, well, maybe not even the first Xbox, probably the Xbox 360, because Xbox still ran like completely off of discs, didn't it? Yeah, that was still a long time ago. I was still a little kid. There was still a Blockbuster in my hometown back when the Xbox came out. So maybe the Xbox 360. But as we've gotten into newer and newer generations of those consoles, they really are just fucking computers. But unfortunately, they're really shitty computers because they're locked into this software ecosystem. And it has nothing to do with their specifications. Yeah, man, I'm old as shit. Old as shit. I remember when Netflix was only in the mail. That's how old I am. I remember people thinking that was like the most incredible thing in the world, too. Getting your movies in the mail. And it was a pretty incredible thing. But we went from that, right? So when I was a little kid, right, we got our first Nintendo when I was 4 or 5. And then, I was maybe 12 years old before we had a computer in the house. But even then, we didn't really use the computer for the internet like we do now. I guess maybe when I got into high school, we started using like messengers and stuff like that. You'd get on and use like MSN Messenger or whatever. That was a little middle school, some high school. Talk to friends that way. But I remember the first girl I ever had a crush on, calling her off of my home landline to talk to her on her home landline. And like her dad answered the phone. I had to talk to her dad before he would let me talk to her. But the world was just so different back then. Had to sit in the kitchen because we only had the one phone and it was attached by a cord. So you had to like get on the phone and sit in the kitchen and talk. Mom's in the kitchen fucking making dinner, listening to the most awkward conversation ever because you have no idea how to flirt with a girl. Oh man. Don't know how you got out of the grave. I mean, shit, I'm only gonna be 40 soon. I'm not that old. I was right at the tail end of that stuff. I couldn't have even imagined going to college. What's crazy is how quickly all that stuff changed. Right? Like, when I was in grade school and middle school, we had a phone at our house that was connected by a cable. And by the time I was in college, I had a smartphone. So there was like, it was like a decade, right? Like we were living in the Stone Age, and then we were flying around in spaceships. And it all happened crazy quick. It didn't change. Americans can't imagine going to college without going bankrupt now either. Yeah. Yeah. That's sad. That's real sad. That's another thing that I've got to watch pretty much the entirety unfold. It was very sad. Because it wasn't incredibly affordable to go to college when I was in my teens and going through that part of my life, but it certainly wasn't the way it is now. It certainly wasn't the way it is now. It cost me, I don't know, $2,000 a semester, I think, in my state college when I was going. Back around 2010. But that was, you know, my state college. That was, I mean, that was New Mexico State, which was not going to win me any points on any applications. Yes. But still, it was reasonably affordable. I mean, it's about funding. You can only learn so much. You can only learn as much from a professor as they are capable of teaching you. And there are people who are more skilled and more knowledgeable in their fields than other teachers, other professors. And so if you want to have the best possible education you can, you've got to be getting taught by that person who's the best in their field. But yeah, I mean, it is pretty silly. Although, if I'm being honest, probably the thing that makes one college more expensive than the other, more than anything, is just name recognition. Because people are pretentious. And, you know, if you go into a job interview and you tell somebody, you know, I got a degree from Harvard, then that just carries more weight because people are pretentious. You spend more money on your education, so it must have had more value. And because people think that way, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, because people think that way, you know, you get your foot in the door, you get better internships, you get, you know, access to more people who have the chance to get you careers in the field that you're interested in. And then because you got those opportunities by being there, you're now going to give more of those opportunities to people who come from the same place as you. So if you're, you know, for some reason doing some hiring and you see, oh, this person got their degree from Harvard as well, that's where I went. I have a kinship with this person. Let's hire them over this other person. Yes, I mean, let's face it, you don't actually need the best person for the job. It is very unlikely that the job that you need done requires the top person in that field. 99 times, hell, 999 times out of 1,000, anybody with a base level of knowledge in that field would do. And so why not that person who went to the same school as you? Cutting gems. Cutting so many gems. Feel like a jeweler. There's not even a jeweling skill. I'm over here cutting all these gems. I mean, I know crafting does make you jewelry, but still. There's not like a full-on jeweling skill. Cut up those diamonds, though. All right, where are we at here? I think we go for one more bag. And then we'll probably call it quits for the day. We're at level 58. Yeah, we're going to get to level 59 this way. That'll take us to about our 7-hour mark on the stream, which I think is good. And then we'll come back tomorrow. We'll do some more. We'll get ourselves up to 61 first thing tomorrow. And then we will move on to something else. Getting all of the required stuff for whatchamacallit. I don't remember what the quest is called. But it requires 65 magic. So we gotta get it. Honestly, I'm a little excited to test some of the magic stuff in this game anyway. I like I like the way some of the combat works. I'd like to work out a nice magic rotation down here so that we can just whack our enemies or click on our enemies and watch our duder magic them to death. Lunar Diplomacy, that's the name. Would say go for 66. That unlocks the Magic Guild in Yanil automatically then. That's a good idea. Honestly, we might just go ahead and take it all the way to 70, because that's our goal anyway, right? Is to get everything to 70. So, might be worth it just to go ahead. It's only 4 more levels. Wouldn't be too hard, I don't think. Just go find a dungeon somewhere, do some Slayer tasks. Murder some dudes. Seems like a good plan to me. I love this plan. Excited to be a part of this plan. I thought Dahmer did murder people. Or was he the one that got all the people to murder people for him? Hmm. Got it. Got it. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. 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 Ha ha. Halloween. Me and this other person are totally synchronized. Just don't let your stamina go. Because then we won't still be synchronized. Nope. You fucked it up. Stupid giggle dorp. We had a good thing going. Side by side pickaxing. The judges were going to give us 10 out of 10. You let your stamina lapse. You goofy ass. You had a chance to get it back there. Hey, there it is. There it is. We're back on the side by side. You gotta keep it going, Giggledorp. Don't let it fall away again. You pooched it again. Oh, and then they get their stam back, but they're off. We're gonna have to deal with the asynchronicity for a long time. I'm so sad. $120 bank stand. Logged in to go stand at the bank again. You get 'em, bank stand. You go flex. Go flex what you got, dude. I think I clicked the button this time, right at the same time Giggledorp did. So I'm gonna let my my stam run down, and then I'm gonna try and guess when Giggledorp is gonna re-up their stamina. And I'm gonna see if I can stay synchronized. So we should run out. Oh, they've got more stamina than me. Or they re-upped their stamina again. Oh no. Well, it must have been love, but it's over now. There is, in fact. I just got it. I didn't know that there was an achievement to mine for 60 seconds, but apparently while I was not paying attention, I just kept clicking over and over and over again. And then it gave me a thing that said, like, you can gain this achievement in 45 seconds, but I wasn't paying attention, so I stopped clicking, and then I reset. And so I figured it out, and then I clicked it for 60 seconds until I got it. I think Giggledorp's bag is full. They're not mining anymore. Bye, Giggledorp. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Must have been love, but it's over now. She vanished inside of me. I think my character might have eaten Giggledorp just now. No more Giggledorp. Giggledorp is hermit food. My backpack is full. All right, well, I'm going to go back and I'm going to cut these real quick. But I think that's going to be the end of the stream there. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Drad, if you're still there, it was good to get a chance to talk to you again. I know you're busy, so you're probably not. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Either I will try and get to 61 today on my own, and we'll start tomorrow off with some magic, or we'll get to 61 tomorrow in the morning, and then we'll do some magic in the evening. But yeah. So I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will see you all tomorrow on the next one.